Good morning, everybody. My name is Mayor John Tory, and I'm the chair of the Executive Committee. The clerk has confirmed that we have quorum, and I will call the 17th meeting of the Executive Committee to order and welcome everyone. Today's meeting is being held by video conference and also in the council chamber for those who chose to attend here. City staff are also connecting to the meeting by video conference. City Hall itself, as people will know, remains closed. But the public can continue to participate electronically and can watch the meeting streaming live on YouTube at youtube.com/Toronto City Council Live. I ask everybody for their patience with the delays and technical issues that may arise during the day, although it's gone fairly smoothly when we've been hearing from members of the public, as we will with a number of the items today. The clerk staff have connected all registered speakers to the meeting by audio. The list of speakers can be viewed online by visiting the Executive Committee page at toronto.ca/council and clicking the speakers box for today's meeting. And what I will try to do as I go through the speakers list, which is particularly for the first item on the TOR report, the Recovery and Renewed Toronto report, is to give notice of the 2 or 3 people coming up so that while they'll all be hooked up, they'll have notice that they're coming up fairly shortly. Before we begin, I want to remind everybody about the health and safety measures that we have to follow today. All in-person participants have been seated 2 meters apart, and please, I'll ask them to stay in their designated seats, as I will do, and please don't change seats or sit in another seat. When people are exiting or entering or moving about the room, please wear a face covering. Sanitization kits have also been provided on the desktops. Attendance in the committee room is limited to those persons who are required to conduct the meeting today. A number of clerks, audiovisual and IT staff are with us today, and I thank them very much for their help in making this happen. This is a paperless meeting, although you can see I'm holding a piece of paper in my hand, but the materials have been provided through the clerk's meeting portal, and IT staff will be available to in-person attendees and also to remote participants to help with devices if there are problems. I'd like to remind everybody that's online and the people here to keep their mics muted or turned off and their videos turned off unless they need to answer questions or speak to the committee. I would ask committee members to leave their videos turned on so we'll know they're there and able to vote and so on. But this will make it easier for me as chair, but more particularly for the staff and for the viewers, frankly, to observe members as they participate in the debate, because if a whole bunch of people have their cameras turned on, then the tiles on the screen may not show the members who are not speaking at a given point in time. Members, I would ask you as well to keep your mics muted unless you wish to question staff or speak to an item, and please ensure that your video is turned on. As part of each agenda item, I will ask members to raise their hand or unmute their mic if they wish to question staff or speak, and we will then create a speakers list, and we'll call on members when it's their turn to speak. When voting on an item or a motion, it's a bit simpler than at City Council because the committee is of a modest size, but I do ask that members ensure that they turn on their videos and raise their hand to indicate their vote. I will remind the members that they have to submit and approve their motions by email. Staff are available at exc@toronto.ca to help with motions. And for visiting members of council, of which I see we have a number already welcomed among us today, I would encourage them as well to turn on their video so that we know you're present and can give you the opportunity to ask questions of staff or to speak. And this will also help the clerk staff to record attendance for the meeting. Although we are in different locations today and meeting remotely, the committee would like to acknowledge that the land we are meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. First order of business is for me to ask if there are any declarations of interest under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act. If you do have an interest, please raise your hand and unmute your mic and so indicate. And of course, there's a form to be filled out as well. Are there any interests to be declared? I don't see any in the room, and I don't see anybody so gesturing on the screen. And so I'll move on and ask for a motion to confirm the minutes from our last meeting on September the 23rd, 2020. Do I have such a motion moved by Councillor Nunziata? Beg pardon? Yeah, Councillor Nunziata so moves. I'll call the question. All those in favor? Okay, opposed? Carried. Before we begin the rundown, I would like to request your concurrence in adding an item of new business. I would like to add an item of new business entitled Winter Patio Permissions. It's a letter that I've written to the committee. I'm asking it to forward on to council some recommendations that have to do with creating the greatest possible latitude for people to have winter patios if they decide to do so in order to help with some of the stresses and strains of the pandemic. All we're asking at this stage is for you to support adding it to the agenda, or to vote on that, adding it to the agenda as new business, and we'll have a chance to deal with it later on. But for the moment, may I so move that it be added to the agenda as new business, and call the question if there's no discussion on that. Of those in favor of it being added, please raise your hands. Again, looking at the room, there's nobody opposed. And all in favor, people on the screen, let's have a peek. There we go. All those in favor, opposed, carried. Okay. So we also have an item of new business from the Budget Committee to be added. The proposed item is entitled Toronto Water 2020 Capital Budget and 2021 to 29 Capital Plan Adjustments. We'll ask the clerk again to display the budget, the submission from the Budget Committee, as has been done, so you can have a look at it. And again, the voting right now is just on whether or not to add it to the agenda. And can I ask Councillor Crawford if he will move the addition of this item to the agenda as new business? So move, Councillor Crawford?
Yes, I'll move that, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much. I'll call the question. All those in favor of adding it to the agenda? Opposed? I'm just going to wait for the screen here. There we go. In favor? Everybody, I assume? Yes. Opposed? Carried. So let's proceed then with the agenda review. The first, sorry, I'm just getting my papers organized here. The first item is the EX 17.1 towards recovery and rebuilding a renewed Toronto. There is a staff report with recommendations. We will have a brief presentation, and we have a number of speakers, I think 17 speakers registered on this item, so I'll hold it down. The next item is EX 17.2, Implementing Tenants First 2020 Action Updates. There is again a staff report with recommendations, and we have 3 speakers registered on this item, and so I will hold it down for the speakers. The next item is item EX 17.3, Update on Nathan Phillips Square Bike Station. There is a staff report with a recommendation. Would anyone like to hold this item down? If so, please unmute your mic and let us know, or put up your hand.
Yes.
I'll move it.
Yes, Dan.
Moved by, who was there that moved it? I didn't see who that was.
Dan Zilman and Wong, I'd like to hold that, please.
Oh, you want to hold it? All right, held by the Deputy Mayor. Okay, item 17.4, drone safety in the City of Toronto. I believe that what we have here, this is an item referred, an administrative inquiry and answer that City Council considered at its meeting on September the 30th. Council referred the item to the Executive Committee, and I believe that Councillor Pasternak has a couple of motions, and with those motions, which I think are fairly straightforward, he would be prepared to see us dispose of the matter.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd be, if we could put the motion on the screen. I think staff's answer is most satisfactory. We'll just ask for updates as they occur. We'd ask that they monitor the federal regulatory framework for drone use in Toronto, and also monitor any uptick in a surge of incidents or resident complaints, and keep Executive Committee posted.
So I guess this motion, I look to the clerks, supplants the motion to simply receive it, because we're actually having this motion as the action item, as it were, the recommendation. And so is there any, are there any questions of staff or any questions of the mover that anybody has, or anybody else wishing to speak besides Councillor Pasternak? I think it's fairly straightforward. Then I'll ask, Councillor Pasternak has moved this. I will then call the question. All those in favor of the motion? Okay, opposed, if any? Carried. And I think that then disposes of item 17.4. Thank you. Item 17.5, pardon me, interim poverty reduction strategy. This again is an administrative inquiry and answer the City Council considered at its September 30th meeting, and it was referred to the Executive Committee. And I believe again, is there a motion that's ready yet on this? Not quite.
No, I'd like to hold it for
all
questions.
All right, we'll hold that
staff.
down then, pending a possible motion again by Councillor Pasternak. Item next is EX 17.6, Federation of Canadian Municipalities FCM Cybersecurity Update, a letter from Councillor Paul Ainsley with a recommendation. Does this need to be held, Councillor Ainsley, or anybody else, or can it be moved through?
No.
All right, well, Councillor
I'm
Ainsley.
prepared to move it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Ainsley has moved it. Any questions of staff, questions of the mover, speeches to be made? Otherwise, we'll proceed then to a vote. All those in favor? Looking at the screen, I think that's everybody. Opposed, if any? Carried. And so that disposes of item 17.6. Item 17.7 is the item of new business that that I have just put on the agenda for the winter patio permissions. I'd be prepared to dispose of it now with a couple of brief comments, but if there are others who want to ask questions or make comments, I'm quite happy, obviously, to hold it down until later on. Is there anybody? Well, I will simply say this. We all know that the restaurant industry, all the people in the restaurant and hospitality industry generally are in very rough shape. They've had to put up with a lot, including public health actions that have been undertaken by governments, but also just business conditions. And I think what we're trying to do here as a city, through the efforts of the Planning and Housing Committee yesterday and by the Executive Committee today, is to ask our staff to offer the maximum possible latitude to the restaurants and bars who wish to try to maintain winter season patios. And obviously, any opportunity they have to do so would be subject to the normal health and safety inspections and so on that would have to happen, especially as regards things like the heaters and so on. But what we want to do is wipe away any other normal, prohibitions or things that might have been put on in times past, and also to make some allowance, if the council so approves, of the waiver of some fees and so on, because we just want to make it as easy as possible, recognizing not everybody will want to do this and that not everybody can do it, but we want to just make sure for those who can or who want to that they're given the maximum latitude by us. So that is the purpose of this measure. It will be, of course, discussed at City Council because it has to go there, and also ultimately will be the instigation of a report that will come back from officials as to some of the points that are made reference to in the motion. But what we're trying to do here is just help these restaurants and bars. I would just say, while I have the opportunity to the public, that I hope you will take every single possible opportunity to help these restaurants by going and doing a takeout or delivery. I much prefer at this point in time takeout, simply because you can do it locally, but also because it works around the quite unreasonable and intractable position that has been taken by a number, though not all, of the food delivery companies charging excessive commissions, excessive during a health emergency. And that if you take it out, they don't have to pay that. They simply get it from you, and perhaps even with a gratuity added. So that's just an editorial comment on that. So with those brief remarks, since no one wanted to hold this or ask questions, can I ask then for all those in favor of the recommendations and contained in the letter of EX 17.7 winter patio permissions, please raise your hand. Okay, that's carried. Opposed? Seeing none, it's carried unanimously. The next item is item EX 17.8, Toronto Water 2020 capital budget and 2021 to 29 capital plan adjustments. This is coming from the Budget Committee with recommendations. Are there people, members who wish to hold this item?
I can move that, Mr. Mayor, if there's no questions.
Okay, it's been moved then by Councillor Crawford, the Budget Chief. Are there any questions of the mover or other questions of staff or comments at this time on the capital budget? Okay, well then I will call the question. All those in favor? Opposed, if any? Carried. Okay, so that includes the agenda rundown, and if there's no other items of new business or anything like that, then we can go back to the beginning of the agenda at item EX 17.1, towards recovery and building a renewed Toronto. And I will ask the clerk to confirm to us that the first speaker, and that would be from my list here, just hang on one second. Assuming I can find my list. I had it so carefully set aside here. Hold on. Just 1 second. There it is. The first speaker, I'll just list the first three, actually. Just this is assuming the clerk is working from the same list as me. John Ray, Marlon Moraro, and Sohila Khan Bonhi. That those three are on the line. The first one in particular, John Ray, is ready to go. But I think what we're going to do is, would members think we should have the presentation first, and the deputants can then comment on that, or? Yeah, I think we should have the presentation from the city manager and his team. So I'll ask him to proceed if we're ready to do that. And he can introduce those who will be participating and available to answer questions. What we will do is have the presentation, have the deputations, and then we will have questions of staff on the presentation, because we'll have the benefit of hearing from the public as well if people are agreeable to that. So let's proceed ahead if the city manager is ready with his presentation.
So I am, Mr. Mayor, and thank you to yourself and members of committee. And of course, I want to thank all the staff and citizens of Toronto that have contributed to extremely important report. This report is unlike any I have ever brought to this or any city council I have ever served. With all the change around us, sometimes it's difficult to remember we're still in the midst of an evolving, largely unknowable pandemic. There is still much to learn of its impact, especially on the lives of the people that we serve. We continue to monitor the spread of infection and resurgences. We are collecting new information, plans, and reports, such as from the Toronto Region Board of Trade, the province's own newly released Ontario Onward, and Toronto's Economic and Culture Recovery Advisory Group, chaired by Deputy Mayor Thompson. We take comfort in knowing that we are not alone. This is the first global pandemic for all current governments and our partners. However, there is no playbook or off-the-shelf answer. This is not just about weathering the storm or waiting for things to go back to normal, now that so many lives have been so fundamentally changed. It is reasonable and responsible that all governments listen and work meaningfully with each other. It is important that we create solutions that bring back Toronto, Ontario, and Canada stronger. My report to you has two objectives. First, to affirm my commitment to deliver timely, informed advice and information to council to support the challenging decisions that lie ahead. And second, to respond to the report from the Toronto Office of Recovery and Rebuild, COVID-19 Impacts and Opportunities. The TOR report, as we call it, tells us what we need to do. My report tells us how we'll begin. So if we can move to the next slide, please. COVID-19 has changed us all. Every service and program the city delivers has been impacted by this pandemic. We are on the front lines in every part of the city, working alongside our health and community partners. The impact on our residents continues to grow. From a low of 8 cases a day in the beginning of August to 346 cases today in Toronto. And of course, a devastating 1,337 deaths due to COVID-19 since the start of the pandemic. The financial impact on residences, businesses, large and small organizations, and our governments is unprecedented. We now know that the social, health, and economic impacts of COVID-19 have been disproportionately felt by a number of communities, and the mental health impact has been widespread. Next slide, please. Our response to the pandemic, well, certainly the city has responded in many ways. And I'll give credit to the Toronto Public Service for all their work on the many programs that have been put in place since March. On this slide are a few highlights of many, many actions that we've put together. My report to Council in April, May, June, and July outlined many of these actions and the impact that they've had on lives of Torontonians. Until the public health crisis is ended, the city will need to learn to live with COVID-19 and take all appropriate actions to continue to protect lives. You have in front of you a list of the types of things that we have done to help this community. It's not my intent to list them right now. Next slide, please. What does recovery look like? Unlike other emergencies, in this crisis, the economic, health, and social impact trajectory is still unknown. We are determined to face the coming months with the best information available, a dedicated public service, and to work closely with our partners to protect lives and livelihoods, to ensure essential services are delivered, to keep our commitment to residences and businesses. This report will be the first in a series of reports on recovery and rebuilding. We must respond to our immediate challenges, but also plan for tomorrow and for future generations. We must respond to our immediate challenges, but also make sure that our actions meet the needs of everyone. By necessity, we need to become laser focused on prioritizing what's critical and needed to invest in our community. We need to work with institutional government partners effectively and quickly to keep the city moving forward. Next slide. Oh, let's go back. Sorry, I think we had our slides out of sequence there. Sorry. Old approaches won't solve new challenges. So this pandemic requires us to work together to maintain the trust of Toronto residents and City Council at a time when confidence in government and with each other is critical. I will not suggest you leave it to us and we'll figure it out. We are very much in this together. The challenges before us will require critical debate and strategic decisions. In the past, when we've had faced financial challenges, we found efficiencies, we reduced services in some cases, raised taxes, or kept the status quo. This challenge isn't that simple. COVID requires us to approach our decisions differently. We are now delivering services in ways we've never done before in order to meet new demands we never anticipated, and now with reduced revenue. Think about this. Who will lead the recovery of our downtowns and main streets or meet the vastly changed demands for social supports? The city cannot do this alone without wholly new ways of funding, partnerships, and agreements. We need time, information, and new levels of engagement to develop and iterate towards recovery. Next slide. Toronto Office of Recovery and Rebuild. We have benefited from the advice of two experts, Dr. Mowat, who provided health guidance to the Medical Officer of Health, and Mr. Saad Rafi, who led the Toronto Office of Recovery and Rebuild. Both provided advice to me and my senior leadership team. They conducted broad engagement, research, and outreach with residents, businesses, communities, and organizations. They reviewed jurisdictional best practices, recommendations from our Mayor's Economic Support and Recovery Task Force, and councillor-led roundtables. They provided advice for the city during implementation of Ontario's framework for reopening, city's programs and policies to reduce spread of the virus and help reopen the economy and city services. Their final report and engagement summary underscores, first, the need to prioritize prosperity through combating inequity, achieving resilience, and investing in well-being. This means investing in social determinants of health, including adequate housing, transit, a strong economy with good jobs, income, social support to those who need them most. The scope of the COVID-19 Impact and Opportunities Report reflects the broad and encompassing view the city must have on this crisis in order to plan our long-term recovery and rebuild. The report's 83 recommendations are detailed in the attachments to my report. Many recommendations align well with Council's approved strategies and plans. Staff are reviewing the recommendations, and in the next few minutes, I will highlight my recommendations to Council for staff on these matters. Next slide, please. I want to begin. Inequities, I think we understand, are worsening, most significantly. Our next step in every decision after needs to address systemic challenges and challenge us to create opportunity, prosperity, and a better Toronto for all. It is critical to focus our economic and social infrastructure so people are supported in what they need. We must keep the city afloat and people supported. We must do better to respond to COVID-19 and racialized communities and recognize the long-standing harms of anti-Black and Indigenous racism and other forms of systemic discrimination to inform our actions for a successful pandemic recovery in Toronto. This graph that you see shows that the incidence of COVID-19 is higher for Black, South Asian, Latin American, and Arab, Middle Eastern, and West Asian communities compared to their share of Toronto's population. We also know that the northwest end of the city has been hit hard by COVID-19. The city's equity and reconciliation infrastructure currently includes a confronting anti-Black racism unit, an Indigenous Affairs Office, an equity, diversity, and human rights team, and policies, training, and tools for staff. My report recommends building on our current plans and strategies to address inequities Torontonians faced before the pandemic and strengthen the city's equity and reconciliation infrastructure with additional tools to deliver on the unique need of Toronto's diverse residents. Next slide, please. This you've heard for the last several months. It's regarding new financial risks. We appreciate, and I underscore appreciate, the support the federal and provincial government have provided during this period on unprecedented challenges. There will be difficult decisions ahead, starting now and continuing through the 2021 and likely 2022 budgets. For example, think about Main Street businesses are suffering while online shopping is booming. A move towards a digital economy reduces commercial revenues to the city. Already projecting that uncertainty in commercial property market may challenge the stability of revenue sources such as property taxes. Cities were built traditionally on property tax, assuming, of course, there would be properties to tax. But how will cities be funded when there are no geographic boundaries? This is an example of how the framework for cities has to change to recognize digital realities as they emerge. In addition to lost revenues, we've experienced significant increased costs for the resources required to support new services and programs that have been implemented in response to the pandemic. These have included significant investments in shelters, agencies, support for local businesses, and maintaining transit capacity with critical reduction of fare-paying riders. Next slide, please. Towards recovery. In front of you are my recommendations for laying the foundation of our recovery. As I said earlier, the TOR report outlines what we need to focus on. My report outlines how to begin. We must respond for today, but plan for tomorrow and for future generations. My report and the report from TOR states emphatically that our city needs to accelerate actions where the pandemic hit hard, where we can make gains to account for the impacts on women and racialized and Indigenous communities. Prosperity defined by equity, resilience, and increased well-being will be the markers of our success. Our economic future hinges on how well we do this work. We will, of course, remain accountable throughout ongoing engagement and reporting on our progress to council on a regular basis. Next slide, please. If not now, when? This is a transformative period, perhaps even the start to new eras for cities. It is undeniable that the devastation of COVID is unprecedented. What we are learning from it may suggest a path forward, including possible transformative actions to our institutions and society. The pandemic has amplified and put a spotlight on many challenges, and we know well before the pandemic, not all Torontonians were benefiting from a strong economy and stable conditions that promoted prosperity as it was defined before. In recovery, we have the opportunity to ask, how do we want to alter our path? How will we create a more sustainable city, a higher quality of life across all neighborhoods and communities? How will we seize the opportunity to reimagine our government, our relations with other governments and each other? COVID is challenging us and all governments to envision a new future, to be bold, to take this opportunity to fundamentally renew our economy and reset our responses to lay a better path forward for all. These questions require, of course, debate, dialogue, and above all, trust. My first recommendation asks for express direction to hold these dialogues and ask, what does government on the road to recovery need to do to achieve the kind of prosperity that supports greater equity, resilience, and well-being? Next slide. I can't stress this enough. We cannot do it alone. The last several months have demonstrated that governments can work effectively together. Working with our partners is essential. This includes community, private businesses, and institutional across all sectors. We must continue a whole of government's approach to our shared recovery and to build a renewed Toronto. And I would add to that, we need a whole of community approach as well. Building on our existing intergovernmental efforts and adjust to the new reality, urgency and opportunity to reflect on how do we do things better. I am proposing a renewed intergovernmental strategy with all governments coming together for solutions for a shared recovery. This cannot be a traditional response. Tables need setting, new networks and relationships need to be formed. We all need to lean in to build a shared agenda and work plan with critical milestones and results. Governments depend on each other, and the public depends on us to work together better. We must use our precious resources for the greatest positive impact and clear results. We can deliver more together than alone. For example, a new coordinated strategy on recovery can focus on the economy, our most vulnerable communities, and investments in the social determinants of health. All governments are investing in the social determinants of health. Yesterday, by way of example, at Planning and Housing Committee, a report was approved for a new campus approach for housing and healthcare, delivering coordinated responses that meet the immediate and long-term needs of our most vulnerable. This partnership is between the City of Toronto, University Health Network, and United Way. We must match the problem with the solution. And again, for example, housing and homelessness should be seen as regional issues that need a regional solution. Immigration is a federal responsibility that requires a sustained national response. Climate change, poverty, and inequities are multifaceted challenges that require collaboration. To begin working more effectively together across the governments, we need agreement on shared priorities and objectives for recovery. We are engaging with federal and provincial governments and our colleagues in other municipalities to discuss how shared recovery goals are met. We also need to find better ways to work together. We need better relationships, and certainly, as always has been the case and will be into the future, strong political leadership and commitment. I will report back in the first quarter of 2021 on the renewed intergovernmental regional approach, including new roles, mechanisms, and clear goals. Next slide. We cannot do it all. We cannot do it alone, and we cannot do it all. We must prioritize the city's work. The city staff report recommends that City Council consider options to prioritize identified needs arising from the pandemic and reallocate resources from services that can be modified or reduced to meet public health requirements through the 2021 budget. The city's had more than 80 strategies and plans before the pandemic hit. There are also over 600 outstanding directives from committees and council, many of which originated prior to the pandemic. But COVID-19 has changed the city's strategic and operating context dramatically, and as a result, there is value to reviewing these plans and directives. This work will be difficult, but we remain committed to giving our very best advice and delivering essential services and looking for partnerships where they need to be. And then my last slide, meaningful engagement. The Toronto Office of Recovery and Rebuild engaged a range of stakeholders and residents in the midst of a pandemic. We are grateful to all of those who contribute their ideas and perspectives. The last several months have highlighted the need to better engage with youth, people with disabilities, and Black and Indigenous, as well as LGBTQS2+ and equity-seeking individuals and groups. We know that meaningful engagement is vital to inform Toronto's future recovery. The city is updating its approach to engagement to support idea generation, service and policy discussions, and decision-making to ensure we are hearing from a greater diversity of Torontonians. Good data and research will also be essential with the constantly changing and unpredictable nature of COVID-19. We are already leveraging our relationship with the city's post-secondary institutions to launch joint research projects to mutually learn about the impacts of COVID-19 and options to address them. I will report back on a renewed engagement strategy and improved data and research coordination during the 2021 budget process and future recovery reports. I just want to thank you for this opportunity to speak frankly about the risks and challenges that the city is facing, the actions we are taking, and the leadership we are seeking to continue to recover and build towards a renewed Toronto. That's my presentation. Thanks very much.
Well, Chris, thank you very much on behalf of the committee and everybody for that presentation and for your report that goes on top of the Recovery and Renewal Report. And may I just say, I think on behalf, again, of all the committee members, I'm sure, and the public service and the public, thank you to Dr. Moda and Saad Rafi for preparing the report. I think those who've had a chance to read it, and it's very complete, it's hundreds of pages, will know how much work went into it, how much thought went into it, and frankly, how much public consultation went into it in terms of surveys that were undertaken and so forth. And so I know that there'll be a number of other people echo thanks for this work that will be during the course of the deputations and the discussion today, but I wanted to just start our proceedings by extending a word of thanks for all the work that went into that. So what we will now do is proceed to the deputations, and it will take most of the morning because there are 25 or 6, I think, that are listed. And I would just ask those people, while they do have 5 minutes, if you don't need to use the 5 minutes, that's fine. I'm not trying to curtail the discussion, but we just have a lot to get through. And so we'll move to that, and we will start with John Ray and just confirm that he's on the line. Mr. Ray, are you there?
I am.
All
Are
right.
you hearing me, sir?
We can hear you loud and clear, so please proceed. I've started your time. 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the committee, and visiting members of council. I assure you, Mr. Mayor, I need all of my 5 minutes because I frankly must say I have many concerns to discuss. I am totally blind. I live in downtown Toronto. I'm a member of a number of disability rights organizations, including the Greater Toronto Coalition, the Alliance for Equality of Blind Canadians, and the Board of Injured Workers Community Legal Clinic. I submit that while I also appreciate the amount of work and consultations that have gone on, I suggest that the content and the emphasis on disability rights issues is inadequate. After all, members of the executive, Stats Canada reports that the disabled community consists of 22% of Canada's population. Yes, you heard me right, 22%. And we are not adequately represented at any tables where decisions are made, whether it's senior staff, whether at the executive committee or council as a whole. Consider how close do senior city staff, this executive committee, or our council as a whole mirror the 22% of the population that have a disability. I suggest not very close. What does that create? It results in our issues often being either forgotten about because we aren't present or consciously ignored, and I suggest both happens. What can we do about that? My first recommendation is my most important one. The disabled community has advocated with the federal government for the creation of a disability lens. What that would do is every new piece of legislation, in our case bylaw, policy or program, should undergo scrutiny to see what effect it has on the disability community. Does it create any new barriers, or does it seek to remove existing ones and create greater equity for our community? So my first recommendation is that a similar lens be created at the city. Secondly, the report talks about walkability, a nice idea, a healthy idea. But for me, as a blind person who uses a white cane living in downtown Toronto, I have to tell you, Mr. Mayor, that walking around my streets is not a lot of fun. I have to, like other citizens, I have to contend with potholes as I cross streets, uneven sidewalks, sidewalk clutter, and way too many construction sites that extend onto the sidewalk, requiring a pedestrian to find their way around those sites. This creates difficulty. The problem has been further exacerbated by the presence of the silent killer. That's the silent automobile on the streets. And now we are being threatened with the introduction of the quiet e-scooters, which, while intended to be on the streets, will inevitably migrate onto sidewalks and create additional clutter. My contention, and this may sound a bit harsh, it seems to me that what corporations want, corporations get. This must be resisted this time. We must prevent the introduction of e-scooters onto Toronto streets. Housing, you've heard lots about affordability. That's critical. But what about accessibility? New housing units must not only be more affordable, they must be accessible. And the idea that 20% of new construction will be accessible is woefully inadequate. When we consider the lack of accessible housing right now, plus our aging population, I'm also a senior, I know about this, there is an increasing need for accessible housing as well as affordable housing. There is no reason in 2020 that all new units, 100%, that are created with any assistance to the National Housing Strategy must be constructed with full accessibility in mind. My
30
next
seconds.
point is the Ontario government's healthcare triage. We've heard a lot these days about Black Lives Matter and Indigenous Lives Matter. That's long, long overdue, and I support those moves. However, the fact that we may be ignored, we need health care, tells me that disabled lives don't yet matter. It's time this changes, and I urge you and your council to take into greater account the needs of the disabled community as we move forward. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ray, for your comments. I appreciate that. Are there any questions of the deputant? I'll have to look at the screen here because we have some. And make sure, please, if you're a visiting member of council, meaning not a member of the executive committee, have your camera turned on, because otherwise I can't see you. No questions of the deputant that I can see, and so we'll move on. Thanks to Mr.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, it's Councillor Wong Tam. I think I'm on
sorry.
screen number 8.
Sorry, I just can't see you, Councillor, but that's fine. Do you have a question of the deputant?
Yes, I do. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. My question to the deputant is, with respect to the report that's before us, what can the city do to ensure that the people living with disabilities in that particular community that has been left behind is no longer left behind as part of the recovery? Are there some very specific things that this report should address, but it hasn't addressed so far?
Yeah, I think consulting us and involving us more in decision making. The point about accessible housing that I talked about, preventing e-scooters, doing a better job of employing us, making sure that transportation is fully accessible, and I have issues with the new streetcars that have been purchased. There's lots that this city can do in addition to its work with other levels of government, and that's an important piece of the work as well, sir.
And if we don't get to where some of your suggestions suggest that we need to go fast enough with enough energy, what do you think is going to happen with the community that's facing the pandemic but also living with disabilities? How
Very simple, sir. Yeah. There are those of us who will die needlessly, and you will be consigning the next generation of disabled people to the scrap heap of history, just like the current one is. We have experienced unemployment, and isolation before the pandemic. These problems have only been exacerbated during the pandemic, because the CERB that was available to many Canadians was not available to us, and the meager crumbs of $600, which would help, that has been promised from the federal government, still hasn't come. So the extra costs that all citizens have had to incur during the pandemic, we have to, sometimes more so, because some of us have personal care attendants, and they work in various places. That requires protective equipment and all those things. So the kinds of extra costs that have been borne through the CERB for many citizens, we haven't had any of that benefit, and so we are even more marginalized than we were before the pandemic begins, and this must become greater attention of all levels of government.
John, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Ray, and thank you, Councillor Wong Tam. So if there are no further questions of that deputant, Mr. Ray, we'll move on to the next person. And I don't hear anybody, so fine, we'll have then next, if the clerk can help us get online, Marlon Barraro from Peace Builders International. Not present. Okay, we'll keep moving then. Sohelia Khan Bonhi, St. Stephen's Community House. All right, Sohelia Khan Bonhi, welcome, and you have 5 minutes.
Thank you. So, do you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear. Thank you so much. Please proceed.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, everyone. I appreciate this opportunity. So, my name is Sohelia Khan Bonhi. I represent thousands of women who are struggling during this pandemic. I work as a women program worker in the women's program, The Neighborhood Grove. Like many others with a Canadian dream, I arrived here in August 2018 and immediately started my education with the hope that I'll be able to fulfill my dream when I graduate. The last thing I was anticipating is a pandemic so bad that it will bring my entire family to its knees. To add to that, schools were closed and my husband's job was at stake. All this made me vulnerable, mentally and emotionally. I could not sleep for days, became depressed, and tried to cling on whatever I was left with. I can speak for many who were baffled by the economic hardship caused by this pandemic, not to mention the mental stress. I came from Bangladesh, where mental health issues are still considered a stigma. People work hard to meet basic ends, and they are usually culturally shy to open up to others about financial hardships as well as mental stress. So you can understand how difficult it was for women I work with here in a foreign land to survive during this crisis. There is a news from the Star on October 14th said COVID-19's impact on women's mental health is on the rise, according to a CAMET study. Since lockdown, women are impacted in various ways, like gender-based violence, more economic anxieties, increased burden of caregiving, virtual schooling, and housework, reduced access to support services. Surveys reveal women are displaying higher anxiety levels than men in the last few months. The survey conducted by CAMH and Delvinier shows that women are experiencing higher rates of moderate to severe anxiety than men. 20% of women surveyed said they feel anxious compared to only 70% of men. The opportunity to work as a women program worker at the neighborhood group not only provided me some financial relief, but also allowed me to work with impacted women who were going through the same, even worse. Many of them are not even prepared for such a crisis at that stage of their life, especially immigrant women. Most of them are not even sure who to contact to get basic information and support. One of our participants shared her feelings with us. She said, I feel sad, anxious, overwhelmed, and lonely. The financial hardship, along with the social disconnection from friends and neighbors, has made me helpless. I need to talk to someone in my language to share my feelings right now. Many are asking for a recovery that acknowledges the unequal burdens faced by women, a long-term suffering of anxiety and stress that shouldn't name as recovery, but recovery. Mr. Mayor, as you are the guardian of the city, ensuring women better mental health is your responsibility. So I request you to use a community-driven approach that is more culturally relevant to improve mental health services for women. For example, have more practitioners who reflect the needs and identities for their clients, increase peer support roles for women, and involve those with lived experience in delivering and designing services, and also provide affordable and accessible alternatives for women seeking mental health services. Dear City Councillors and Mayor, I urge you all, please do not let this women's struggle become their identity. Thank you for your time.
I thank you very much for your time. Are there any questions of the deputant? And maybe if people, I can't see everybody on the screen, including some of the visiting members, but just speak up otherwise if I can't happen to see you. I don't see anybody. So we'll thank you very much for your contribution, and we would move, I would read the next three names. There's Mark Smith next, and then Diane Sachs, and then Carol Arundel from Social Planning. So Mr. Smith, is Mr. Smith on the line? Not present. Okay, thank you. Diane Sachs would be next then. Is Ms. Sachs on the line? Diane Sachs, please go ahead. You have 5 minutes and you're most welcome.
Good morning. Thank you, everyone. Mr. Mayor and councilors, I hope that you have the slide presentation that I sent to each of you last night. It is as well on the agenda. I'm here representing the Climate Advisory Committee for Toronto. If you have the slides, I'm going to slide 2. Describe there who we are. This is a set of sustainability leaders from Toronto's 4 universities, chaired by myself. This committee was put together at the request of several councillors who expressed a desire to have direct access to up-to-date academic research on addressing the climate emergency, and particularly Toronto's Transform TO goals. Going to slide 3, you'll see that we prepared 4 reports over the last 6 months. The purpose of these reports was to review best practices implemented in leading world cities that are related to the Transform TO goals, and those 4 reports have been provided to each of you and to staff. We analyzed the feasibility of implementing these best practices in Toronto and identified some key measures that would help Toronto achieve its Transform TO goals. I will say that the universities each had to raise their own funds for the students in order to provide this work. Slide 4 lists the number of the cities that were studied. Slide 5 is the key messages that we have for the members of council. I mean, first of all, we do, of course, want to thank Mr. Murray and all the staff who worked on the very lengthy reports. We were glad to see that there are some climate-related recommendations in the very long list of recommendations, including recommendations 55, 59, 61, 63 to 65. I'm glad to see in attachment 4 that the climate crisis is recognized as being one of the key priorities of the city. But it doesn't show up in the city manager's 6 recommendations. It didn't show up in the slides that he provided this morning. And the slide that the city manager put forward, but if not now, when, it's certainly true for COVID, but it's even more true for the climate crisis. I think you all have heard many times the science to remind us that climate change is one of the largest threats to health. Air pollution from fossil fuel vehicles is one of the social determinants of health. We have a very short and dwindling window for climate action if we're going to keep a stable climate. So when the city is deciding which of its priorities and plans to pursue, Transform TO needs to be one of them. So our key messages on this: Transform TO goals are ambitious but justified. But Toronto's implementation falls well short of best practices and won't achieve the goal. Toronto could do quite a bit more with its existing powers than it is doing now. And we also recognize that as great cities go, Toronto does have limited powers, and perhaps the universities could be of some assistance as honest brokers in hosting part of that conversation with the other levels of government as to how to work together. Slide 6, we have a few examples of Toronto's weak implementation of Transform TO. These are not expensive items, in most cases very little cost, but really important implementation gaps. For example, recommendation 65 refers to working with Toronto Hydro. Toronto Hydro plays a critically important role in Toronto's transformation to a green economy, which would improve the social determinants of health. But Toronto Hydro lags. It falls way behind other equivalent agencies such as Electra. And one of the reasons is that the council direction to Hydro is outdated. It hasn't been updated since 2013. It doesn't mention Transform TO. There's no accountability for climate. Climate is barely mentioned whatsoever. Toronto has world-leading building green standards, but doesn't monitor or enforce them. Toronto has a home energy loan program, and half of the projects are blocked by the mortgagees, and the city council has done nothing to address that. So we've given some examples at slide 7 of some of the things that the city could do to address these issues, and the particular in relation to the particular examples that we had. We think these are essential steps that the city must take and take quickly because the climate crisis is bigger than COVID and it's coming fast. Thank you.
With 2 seconds to spare. Well done, Ms. Sachs. Thanks so much. And a very thoughtful presentation. And thank you for the written materials as well. Are there questions of the deputant? I see Councillor Layton.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and thank you very much, Ms. Sachs, for your presentation. One part of or set of recommendations that you didn't have time, I think, to get to, which speaks to the city manager's first recommendation about an intergovernmental panel. I think it's safe to say the City of Toronto has had mixed success with our dealings with our other levels of government. Is there anything that the academic community can suggest or recommend as we enter into that dialogue with the other levels of government about how we can better achieve the outcomes that I think we share with you as well as your team?
There are no guarantees of success, but the universities are interested in being honest brokers and are generally accepted as being nonpartisan by all levels of government. So there is some willingness by the sustainability leaders of the 4 universities to convene a conference to host exactly the type of conversation that the city manager mentioned, to look for common ground on who's supposed to do what, how to get this done. The climate crisis is going to crush all of us, cities first, of course, but we need to work together to prepare for it, and perhaps the universities as a host of the conversation would be helpful. I mean, everybody involved is doing this for free off the corner of their desk with no resources, but there's some willingness to try.
And to your slide 7, which speaks to sort of the low-cost best practices we could follow, these are things that would cost the city comparably less money. We don't need other levels of government support, and we could move forward with right away.
Well, yes, absolutely. For example, more than half or about half of the home energy loan projects have been blocked from going ahead by objections from mortgagees. City Council, to the best of our knowledge, has never written to the president of each bank setting out this problem and seeking a commitment not to block home energy efficiency projects, which after all reduce the operating cost of the houses and increase their durability. So that wouldn't cost anything. The waste target that Toronto has is based on the weight of stuff diverted. This is silly. It measures the wrong thing, goes in the wrong direction. Creating a target that's actually focused on carbon footprint, again, would cost nothing and would be of significant value in refocusing effort on what works.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Layton. Other members of council, starting with members of council visiting with us. I can't see everybody, so you have to speak up if there's anybody. Okay, and otherwise, then I could move to members of the committee wishing to ask questions of the deputy. Councillor Thompson, Deputy Mayor Thompson, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Through you to the speaker. I wonder if you could just speak to the economic opportunity and the impact that obviously our action on climate change would take on jobs and on the green opportunities and green investments and so on.
Thank you, Councillor. Yes, that is, I tried to mention that very briefly on slide 8, but yes, we know that investing in the green economy is a tremendous producer of jobs as well as improving health. And energy efficiency investments have a very high payback in terms of jobs that can't be outsourced, as well as long-term impacts on operating costs. We've also seen some excellent programs such as Aki Energy, which has demonstrated that energy efficiency projects are excellent paths to stable employment, particularly for people who've had very large barriers to employment. One of the successes of that project in Manitoba is that more than half of the certified geothermal installers in Manitoba are now First Nations people who had major barriers to employment before getting involved in the project. The Ralph Torrey report, Building Back Better Through Corporate Nights, has also documented the enormous financial and social benefits of a heavy investment in local energy efficiency. So absolutely, for health reasons, for job reasons, for equity reasons, these are all things that the city should be doing. It's recognized as a key priority in the attachment, but it's not in the city manager's key messages. And that's a terrible wasted opportunity at a moment when the window is closing.
Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Thompson. Any other members of the committee or members of council wanting to ask questions of the deputy? I don't see anybody. So we'll thank you, Ms. Sachs, very much for your presentation and move on to Carol Arundel from Social Planning Toronto. Do we have Carol? Yes. Okay, go ahead, please. You're welcome, and you have 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. Thanks for the opportunity to talk to you. I'm the Interim Executive Director of Social Planning Toronto. I'd like to focus on 3 main points that relate to questions about what and how we approach the recovery and the rebuild. First of all, Toronto, I think, needs to be clearer about the what. The report includes 83 recommendations of varying levels. Some are very detailed and some are more strategic. We'd like to see a clearer vision of what we need to collectively work towards. The recommendations are good, but an overarching vision about what our city, communities, and neighborhoods will look like if the rebuild is successful is needed to frame those recommendations. We also need a clear statement about the principles like inclusiveness, equity, transparency, accessibility, and engagement. Some of those have already been talked about by the previous deputants that will be used to guide the recovery work and that need to guide all of the actions that follow and the decisions that City Council makes. Secondly, in terms of the how, one of the biggest challenges in recovery will be how we fund it, the money needed to support the recovery efforts, as well as the municipal autonomy and authority to act. Toronto is going to have to make tough decisions on how to use existing funding, moving money and reallocating among priorities. And we know this year will be worse than usual because it's about reallocating reduced funds and covering further shortfalls. We need you, City Council, to look as broadly as possible and be open to different approaches to the municipal provision of municipal services, as well as the movement of funds between agencies and departments to support priorities. Council will have to make tough choices as well on additional municipal revenue sources, increasing them to increasing existing sources to pay for priorities and considering new sources of revenue. And finally, as the municipal revenue said in his opening address, Toronto will have to pressure other levels of government for new authorities and revenue sources. We've been negotiating, as you know, for years for more sustainable revenue foundation for the city, and we need action now. And while we have to use the traditional sources of intergovernmental negotiation that are recommended, we feel that we need to strengthen them by mobilizing Torontonians and businesses and communities to support your efforts and to make some noise to get some attention to these long-standing issues. My third and final point is also a how point. Social Planning Toronto supported the TOR process by gathering input from communities and residents who aren't typically included in municipal processes. Those people and communities are the ones, we all know this, who are most negatively affected by COVID and all its impacts, and who were disadvantaged before we were affected by COVID. These people and communities must be included in the recovery work and supported to contribute their ideas. The city needs to continue to engage all Torontonians in contributing ideas at both the local and the city level, in decision-making, and in the really difficult process you're going to face in weighing priorities. And this is more than consultation. As the city manager said, we need to build and use more robust processes of civic engagement that include all people. In conclusion, I think I'll be under my 5 minutes. Toronto Council needs to represent and fight for our city, all the residents, communities, and businesses. We want to see strong municipal leadership, boldness, and vision in the coming years. We need you to make the tough choices about allocating revenues, getting new revenues that support community priorities. And we want you to engage all our communities and our neighborhoods in the rebuilding process of our city, our great city. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rundle, and you did indeed finish under 5 minutes. And we will see if there are some questions for you from, first of all, any members of council not on the executive committee. I don't see any hands at the moment. Okay, or hear any voices. Any members of the committee? Okay, well, thank you very much for that submission. We appreciate that. I'll just review the next three names. Gideon Foreman. David
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, I'm sorry.
Sorry, I had my hand up.
Oh, I'm sorry. Question. I didn't see you there, Deputy Mayor. Okay, please go ahead.
No worries. Thank you very much. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Ms. Rundle. I'm just wondering, you talked about obviously reduce funds and the scarcity of those and the impact of our decisions on those. funds that are obviously at the best of times limited. I'm just wondering whether or not you have thought through potential ideas with respect to opportunities in terms of ways in which the city can generate additional revenues, and recognizing the city manager has indicated the need to collaborate with other levels of government, and that part of that need is to request additional funding to help us. Have you put your mind to the thoughts around what types of revenue tools the city could use in order to generate revenues to help us coming out of this pandemic crisis?
Social planning, as you know, sorry, I'm echoing. Try again. Social planning, as you know, has been advocating and working to support the city budget process for a number of years, and have made many recommendations about how resources should be allocated, as well as around new sources of funding. New sources of funding that I know are being considered right now by the committee include a vacant home tax, commercial parking levy. You know, in the past we had a vehicle registration tax, and there are others under the Municipal Act that the city, you know, may consider. In terms of negotiating with other levels of government, there are, you know, the FCM and other municipal authorities have been calling for a range of things, including tax points, including a sales tax, and others. So no, I think we don't have specific ones that we are recommending, but the taxes need to give they need to be sustainable. They need to give the city the capacity to respond to its own issues, and they need not to have a negative impact on our most vulnerable communities, including businesses and residents that live there.
Thank you very much. That's very helpful. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Deputy Mayor Thompson, very much. And are there any other questions of this deputant? Okay. Then just going to review the next three names: Gideon Foreman, David Suzuki Foundation, Jasmine Ramsey Rezai, YWCA Toronto, and Wendy Porch, Center for Independent Living in Toronto. Is Gideon Foreman on the line? Okay.
I am indeed, Mr. Mayor. Can you hear me?
Get loud and clear. So you can please, you're most welcome here, and please proceed.
Great. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor and committee members. Much appreciate the opportunity to speak today. As mentioned, my name is Gideon Foreman. I'm a transportation policy analyst at the David Suzuki Foundation. My brief remarks will focus on two recommendations from the COVID report, Mr. Mayor. Number 59, which deals with cycling infrastructure, and number 62, which focuses on electric buses. Let me say that we strongly support both these recommendations, Mr. Mayor. The first suggests that we make temporary cycling projects permanent. This would mean, for example, making the bike lanes on Danforth and University permanent. There are many reasons to do this, and not least because the lanes are so popular. Prior to the bike lane installation on Danforth, for example, that street moved about 3,000 cyclists a day. After the bike lane opened, ridership jumped to over 4,200 cyclists a day, an increase of more than 40% almost overnight. We also applaud the recommendation that construction of cycling infrastructure be accelerated. In our view, Mr. Mayor, this means putting bike lanes on streets such as Yonge at the earliest possible date. And to this end, we urge you to support the Transform Yonge and the Yonge Tomorrow proposals, which will come to council later this fall. I won't get into details on those two proposals. We're strongly supportive. If you have questions, happy to answer them. When deliberating about this infrastructure, Mr. Mayor, please remember that bike lanes are consistent with a thriving climate for business. And that's not just our view. After the Bloor bike lane pilot was built, for example, city staff looked at the project's economic impact. And they cite two studies that found, and I quote, positive economic impacts associated with the bikeway. These benefits for the Bloor corridor included an increase in average number of customers and an increase in customer spending. The research also found, interestingly, that people who biked or walked spent more per month than those who drove or took transit. So your own staff are saying that bikeways are associated with increased customer spending. That in itself is a reason to build bike lanes, especially when, as you pointed out, Mr. Mayor, our local businesses need extra support. Finally, let me say a word about recommendation number 62. We're delighted that the report urges acceleration of the bus electrification program. Electric buses, Mr. Mayor, check so many boxes. They improve Toronto's air quality, they help us meet our climate targets, and because they can be made in this country, they create good Canadian jobs. These buses are also cost effective. Researchers at Simon Fraser University say that the cost of operating an electric bus is about 40% less than the cost of a diesel one. And that's no small benefit when the city is struggling financially. Let me conclude by recognizing and applauding your e-bus leadership to date. I understand, Mr. Mayor, that as of last month, the TTC is operating the largest electric bus fleet in North America. Congratulations on that, Mr. Mayor and councillors, and we look forward to even greater use of these zero-emission vehicles in the near future. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Mr. Foreman. Are there questions of the
Pleasure.
executive? I don't see anybody. I just have one then, Mr. Foreman, and you did acknowledge, I was going to ask you to acknowledge, but you did, and I thank you for that, which is the fact that we have the largest in-service electric bus fleet in North America. And the second thing I would just ask you to acknowledge, because I'm sure you know that the addition of cycling infrastructure this year has been the largest increase in cycling infrastructure in any one year in the history of the city.
Yes, no, that's marvelous, Mr. Mayor. We applaud that, and we'd love to see that trajectory continue because we think it'd be good for all road users in the city.
Thank you very much. Any other questions?
Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you, Mr. Foreman, very much. We then move as Ms. Jasmine Ramsey Razai on the line from YWCA Toronto. Please go ahead. You're most welcome. You have 5 minutes.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor, members of the Executive Committee, visiting councillors, and city staff. My name is Jasmine Ramsey Razai, and I'm the Advocacy and Communications Director at YWCA Toronto, one of Toronto's leading multi-service women's organizations. Thank you for having me. As you know, YWCA Toronto is a big community partner of the city. We value our partnership and commend the city for its swift response to the pandemic. The report by the Toronto Office of Recovery and Rebuild is very clearly a comprehensive document that contains many progressive recommendations, which we support. We praise the breadth and reach of the public consultations that inform the recommendations, and we feel the report offers a balanced and sensible approach to recovery planning. However, we are here this morning, like so many other speakers, to urge you not to lose sight of equity concerns and the interests of women and girls when considering how to tackle the resurgence of the virus and what to prioritize in terms of recovery efforts. We're also here to urge you to take on a greater leadership role at tripartite tables on 5 specific issues, to some extent in line with the recommendations by the city manager. So we hope you will lay the foundation of an equitable, gender-responsive recovery plan. Sincere and bold steps must be taken to build the city we want, which is ultimately a city that has enough affordable housing for all residents, that has a public transit system that works, that has quality, affordable, and easy to access childcare, that provides adequate income and program supports, and that is safe for all communities. A city that is fair and livable for all residents can become a true cultural and economic hub that attracts talent, newcomers, and investment. But that is not the city we lived in prior to the pandemic. And at YWCA Toronto, we're really concerned about the toll the pandemic has taken on communities that already face heightened levels of poverty, violence, and other forms of systemic marginalization. As you know, women, Black, Indigenous, and racialized communities, people with disabilities, and people on fixed incomes have been disproportionately impacted by COVID. So right now, we need to strengthen supports for the most vulnerable members of our city while laying the foundation to support women's labor market reentry choices more broadly, accelerate affordable and supportive housing options, enhance culturally appropriate mental health services, and include a gender lens in all recovery and budgetary considerations to ensure the needs of diverse communities of women are met. For these reasons, we're urging the city to embrace its leadership role in the following 5 areas. The first one is broader income security reform. We think it's time for the city to advocate for broader income security reform measures and work with other orders of government to create a national income program. Time-limited measures by the federal government only go so far. It's time for basic income. Secondly, universal childcare. The federal government has already highlighted its intention to do some serious work in this area, And the city has an opportunity to be a strong advocate at these tripartite tables to call for a quality, affordable, and accessible childcare system that is provided by the public and nonprofit sectors. Thirdly, housing reform and the acceleration of the national housing strategy. I mean, the city is obviously doing so much work in this area, and it will be particularly important for the city to work with other municipalities in engaging, educating, and advocating for the province to do its part to support affordable housing efforts. And of course, we are also supporting these efforts. And we think the city can do things like levy a luxury housing tax and vacant home tax to accelerate its housing commitment. Fourthly, nonprofit sector support. We urge the city to take on an advocacy role on behalf of the nonprofit sector that's hemorrhaging funds right now because of responding to increased costs related to COVID, increased needs by communities to access supports, and just to ensure we can survive the pandemic and not have to shutter our programs. Many nonprofits have already shut down or are considering doing so, and we're very concerned about the post-COVID landscape for our sector and for the communities we serve without greater government leadership and investment. Lastly, we need to emphasize the importance of employment equity and its consistent obligations and conditionalities to all economic recovery, social and physical infrastructure investments, including financial transfers, through mechanisms like legislated employment equity regimes, community benefit agreements with employment equity obligations and requirements, fair and equitable public procurement contractor provisions, and so forth. We believe that city can be a powerful actor, voice, and advocate for federal, provincial, and municipal employment equity regimes. In conclusion, we call on you to take an intersectional gender equity lens to your recovery roadmap and prioritize the immediate needs of communities impacted by COVID while engaging in long-term recovery planning and support of all residents in the sector. We hope you will embrace your leadership role in advocating for progressive solutions at various orders of government, and we're committed to continue our partnership with you and hope you will utilize the expertise of YWCA Toronto and the community sector as we work together to achieve our shared priorities and objectives. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your time, Ms. Rizai. Are there questions of the deputy? I see Councillor Carroll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, especially in your closing statement, but really throughout your deputation, you have been advocating that we actually seize that recommendation to have a whole of government's approach, that tripartite table, and that we engage residents. Would it surprise you to know, though, that up until now, there hasn't been a lot of engagement in councillors on behalf of residents, let alone residents? That, you know, up until now, out of the state of emergency, we receive updates, but to be expeditious, we don't even ask questions and answers. We get a weekly update, but we haven't really even surveyed councillors to find out what the strategy should be at that table. Should we start with that step, that we all get on the same page, so that if we go to a table, we're all on the same page?
Thank you for the question, Councillor Carroll. I mean, I can really appreciate the challenges that council is facing. This is a time of unprecedented change. There are all sorts of new bits of information and developments going on. This is a very evolving and fluid landscape. And so I can understand some of the challenges that city councillors are facing in dealing with this crisis and in responding to the needs of constituents. However, yes, I think the sooner that council really decides on a clear direction, you know, there are many competing priorities, and this is a difficult landscape to make some of these decisions. But I think having a survey, having open dialogue, having clear lines of communication, and having a strong and singular advocacy voice will serve your interest in working with other orders of government, in advocating for solutions that support ultimately Torontonians, but the rest of Canada as well. And I mean, as the city manager and other speakers have highlighted, if not now, then when? Like, really, we need to seize this moment, and we need to put aside the partisan stuff and work together to figure out innovative solutions listen to communities, listen to the expertise at the table, and really forge ahead and take bold steps.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Carroll. And are there any other members of council on or off the committee wishing to ask questions of this deputy? I don't see anybody, so we'll keep moving with thanks very much to Ms.
Thank you.
We have, just to give you the next three, Wendy Porch, Center for Independent Living, Dan Binham, and Michael Polanyi. So is Wendy Porch on the line? Thank you very much. Go ahead, 5 minutes. Thank you. Welcome, Ms. Porch.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear. Please go ahead.
Okay, good. Good morning. Thank you again. My name is Wendy Porch, and I'm the Executive Director of the Center for Independent Living in Toronto, also known as SILT. We are a disability-led organization by people with disabilities for people with disabilities, and our aim is to develop and implement dignified social services that empower individuals rather than create dependencies. I'm also a member of the City of Toronto's Accessibility Advisory Committee. I'm a person with a disability, a mom, and a proud resident of Toronto. According to StatsCan, as you heard earlier today, 22% of Canadians have disabilities. In Toronto, 22% of the Toronto population is approximately 1,300,000 people. Worldwide, 46% of people aged 60 and over have a disability, and globally, 1 in 10 children have a disability. So we are not a small group of people. People with disabilities are also not a homogenized group. Toronto residents with disabilities have a range of identity intersections and are found in all cultural communities, all LGBTQ and two-spirit communities, and all religious groups. Despite our large numbers and our diversity, one thing we disabled people all have in common is that we are largely invisible in COVID relief and recovery efforts. The facts are, people with disabilities are at greater risk of contracting COVID-19 because social distancing from support workers isn't possible, because public health information isn't accessible, and because PPE isn't readily available. People with disabilities are at greater risk of severe health outcomes and dying from COVID-19 because for some, their conditions predispose them, and for others, healthcare facilities are still not accessible. Also, many people with disabilities live in institutions, and many of those folks who have died in long-term care and retirement homes are people with disabilities. People with disabilities, unlike you, can be refused access to life-saving procedures in the event of a COVID surge under Ontario's triage protocols. Even before the pandemic, people with disabilities were already amongst the most socially economically disadvantaged in Canada, with unemployment rates of about 50% and ODSP providing only around $1,100 per month. And things are worse now. The City of Toronto's Accessibility Advisory Committee met twice with Mr. Raffi and the TOR team to provide input into the TOR process. I do not see those extensive conversations reflected in the Impacts and Opportunities report. Only one recommendation, number 42, related to cultural disability community, says anything specific about my community. This is a shame, because if the conversations we had had were reflected here, you would have learned that we need much more than cultural programming. We need, as you heard earlier, the city to adopt a disability lens and incorporate it into all of the policies and procedures. Where are people with disabilities in any of these plans? Why aren't we prioritized too? We need people with disabilities to be named as a vulnerable group and to be acknowledged as disproportionately impacted by the pandemic, and we need targeted plans for addressing these impacts. We need the city to consult with disabled people about new initiatives related to COVID. To my knowledge, Cafe TO, Curb TO, Active TO had no consultations with disability community stakeholders, including the city's own Accessibility Advisory Committee. Many of these initiatives were inaccessible, as per the numerous news stories we heard in the summer. We need the city to work with Public Health and Ontario Health to address the lack of accessible COVID testing. Many members of our community cannot get out to be tested, and there is no mobile testing for people with disabilities who reside in the community. We need better access to PPE. Accessing PPE has been extremely difficult, and the community has had little to no financial support in sourcing it from any level of government. We need the city to do better with accessible communications across all channels. We need American Sign Language interpretation to be available wherever there are public meetings. We need City of Toronto websites to be accessible, and we need the city's consultations tools to be accessible as well. We need more accessible and deeply affordable housing. We also need disaggregated disability data collection to begin now. We know that there are plans to do this in the future, but the pandemic is now, and we need the city and public health to collect this data, because currently we can't even measure the impact on people with disabilities because no one has this data. And most of all, above all things, we need to be visible in the COVID-19 efforts. This is the only community who can legally be refused life-saving treatments, and yet here we are again trying to find ourselves in the COVID response and recovery plans. We urge the City of Toronto to develop a disability and COVID-19 advisory group, like the federal government has done, that would work alongside all of these other initiatives to ensure that we are not left behind again. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the deputation, and I'll see if there are questions from members of the council, starting with those who are visiting with us today. I don't see any. Going once, going twice. Members of the committee? All right, thank you very much for that very thoughtful presentation. We appreciate that.
Thank you.
Dan Binham, Michael Polanyi, and Francesca D'Angelo are the three next ones. Oh, sorry, that's my phone. I apologize. Mr. Binham, are you there? Yes, go ahead, please. You have 5 minutes. Welcome.
Good morning, Mayor Tory and the Executive Committee. My name is Daniel Bingham. We've spoken before. I'm here representing MAC, the Members Advocacy Committee, in association with the Neighborhood House in the Trinity Spadina riding on Augusta. I looked at I want to thank you for giving me this opportunity to make a change in Toronto and the way that we help people recover from this economic and health pandemic. I looked at the city manager's summary for today's initiative, and the summary states that a building back means learning from the past and starting sustainable improvements that make a difference in the future generations. Our recovery efforts must take a long-term view towards building the city we want for all Toronto and all of those who will call Toronto decades from now. And it also states that the city has made a commitment to maintaining the trust of the Toronto residents. We must view the road to recovery from COVID-19 as more of a marathon than a sprint. Now, I plagiarized this. I apologized, right? But, it spoke to what we need to get done. Now, I totally agree, because 7 years ago, I almost succumbed to depression and alcoholism, and I entered the social system of Toronto, starting with going to detox, moving to sober houses, and then eventually moving out on my own and becoming self-sufficient. I did all of this with many supports from different levels of government and people and groups, right? And we need to make sure that these groups are in place and well-funded so that they can bridge the gap between the city and the actual people that are going to be affected most by this, because we deal with these people at the Neighborhood House on a daily basis, right? And now that the winter's coming, people are going to be losing their housing, and we need to have something that's more than a Band-Aid effect, but actually a permanent infrastructure. If we had that out, this would have been a less stressful situation. Now, it is affecting both the people on the street, and it's also working the staff. I have a story from Ossington Detox that during the height of the first wave, they were given minimal PPE, despite being the only detox in the city that was taking anybody in. The staff members, to this date, still haven't received the CERB supplement provided to essential frontline workers. This shows that the frontline workers, as well as patients, need a system that will be in place to respond quickly with assistance and eventually a remedy. This is only possible if the framework is established and implemented immediately. The city, you guys are doing fantastic work. You've risen to this emergency, and I'm so proud to call myself a Torontonian, right? The report lays out the groundwork to rebuild a stronger city, including working to make Toronto an equitable, inclusive, prosperous city for all. Our future economic success will hinge on how well we do this. Now, the cost cannot be the only concern, because emergency response is far more expensive than having an established infrastructure. You may remember the old Midas commercial when asked if the problem needed to be fixed, a wise mechanic said, "You could pay me now or you could pay me later." Thank you for all your great work and your time today, and I yield the rest of my time.
Thanks very much, Mr. Binham. Are there any questions of the deputant? I see none, so I will thank you very much again for a thoughtful presentation. Michael Polanyi from Toronto Environmental Alliance is next, followed by Francesca D'Angelo and Melissa Bayon from Progress Toronto. So Mr. Polanyi is on the line. Go ahead, sir. 5 minutes. Thank you.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear. Thank you.
Great. Yeah, thank you for this opportunity, Mr. Mayor and Executive Committee members, to share a few observations. I'm climate campaigner at Toronto Environmental Alliance, and want to welcome and affirm a number of the recommendations in the report, which we feel will move us towards a more equitable and sustainable city if they're implemented. And some of those have already been mentioned, but we're certainly pleased about forward actions on active transportation, low carbon transportation, bike lanes, bus priority lanes. We're happy to see some actions towards enhancing local food security and improving planning processes and making sure that transportation planning is based on wellness principles, and also particularly engaging Black, Indigenous, people of color, equity-seeking groups who often haven't been at the table in city decision-making. We are concerned about some missing elements in the report, and some of those were addressed by Diane Sachs, but key actions that could move the city towards a more equitable and sustainable city, including a green job strategy, action to expand community gardens, and efforts to ramp up building retrofits, energy efficiency building retrofits, and renewable energy in the city, all of which bring, as Diane Sachs mentioned, health, economic, and environmental benefits. And we are concerned about an indication in attachment 4 that the city's zero emission plan to reach zero emissions won't be coming back until 2022. This is a concern, and there's a concern that a number of the climate emergency declaration commitments are being delayed. And we feel really one of the key learnings from this pandemic is that preparation and resilience are so critical as we know that we'll be facing climate shocks in the future. We want to just also echo what was said about that there are many good recommendations, but there's a concern that for this to be an actionable plan, there really does need to be a clear vision articulated for the city, clear priorities and objectives, and especially clear deliverables and timelines for the actions. So I think there's some more work to be done to get to an actual plan. And then finally, an observation about the key question of how to pay for this. Certainly, there's a lot in the report and documents about the difficult financial situation. We know this is not new. We know the city has faced a barrier or a challenge in terms of addressing the city needs. So there's definitely a need for a sustainable and equitable financial plan. So briefly, to summarize, we're hoping that Council will ask staff for a clear vision, principles, priorities, and a focused plan. We're hoping that Council will signal strongly that it won't cut or reduce services to equity-seeking populations who are in the midst of facing the brunt of this crisis. We urge Council not to put off climate action, but to expedite the actions in the climate emergency declaration. And we urge you to develop a financial plan that builds on successful revenue-generating approaches like green bonds, continues to move forward with equitable revenue sources, as have already been mentioned, that the city is exploring vacant homes tax and parking levy. And finally, goes to the province and the federal government with a demand for the city to have the authority and power and revenue generating sources it needs, which many other large cities have, to meet the needs of the city today and tomorrow. And I would agree that that there's an appetite in the public for strong leadership in terms of negotiating those powers, talking about whether it's a new deal for the city or a charter city. I think there really is an interest in the public in having that discussion so that we can determine our own future and build a sustainable and just recovery from COVID-19. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Mr. Blanye. I will ask if there are questions from visiting members of council, questions from members of the committee. I might just have one for you then. Was there somebody that wanted to speak there?
Yes.
Sorry, I can't see.
Mr. Mayor, when you...
Oh, there you are, Chief.
Yeah.
You're right here in front of me. Thank you very
Right in front
much.
of you.
Go ahead, please go ahead.
That's right. Michael, thank you very much for deputing. The recommendations in the resilience section, which I assume you're particularly interested in, are there any that jump off the page that we should make a priority, or is there any weakness there of holes that we should fill?
I think the one thing, I don't have them in front of me, but the one thing that did stand out in terms of resilience was, I know the city is undertaking efforts to develop neighborhood-based emergency plans and working with community hubs and community organizations in developing those plans. I think the city is working in 3 neighborhoods. I think we do a lot of work with frontline community organizations and community hubs, and one of the things that really made a difference as to whether community hubs were able to stay open and able to continue to meet the needs of residents in the COVID crisis was whether they had an emergency plan in place. And I felt that that was one of the things missing in the report and the recommendations, was really the importance of building from the ground up an inclusive process to build neighborhood-based resilience and emergency plans. And I think Madeline Webb from Crew might talk more about that, but I think that was one thing that we feel is really important.
Mm-hmm. And when it comes to access to green space, it was sort of a push-pull during the pandemic where maybe there was a disconnect. We wanted people to be outside because it was safer. The green space in our parks was open for usage and social distancing, but the amenities at the parks were closed. Did you see any confusion in that regard, or it pretty well worked as planned?
I can't say that's an area that I looked at in detail beyond being a resident. I think that certainly one of the key elements to Transform TO, the city's climate strategy, is to expand, enhance, invest in our parks, our ravines as key resources and key elements to a healthy ecosystem and to a resilient city. And that means access to recreation, but it also means the benefits that that green infrastructure helps in terms of addressing extreme weather events and reducing flooding and that sort of thing. So I don't think I'm totally addressing your question, but certainly I think that is another element of the report that is critical to build out, is investment in an expansion of access to green space and green infrastructure in our city.
Okay. Thank you very much, Michael.
Thank you very much, Councillor Pasternak. And I just have my one question for you was, I think I'm the last to want to ask. I just wanted to know, given that some of my predecessors, going back, I guess, to David Miller and then to Mr. Ford, myself, have tried this to convince the province of the wisdom, given the sophistication and accountability of our government here, size, the importance of the issues, to give us greater latitude, whether it's on governance or on revenue raising or a host of other things, and what negotiating strategy might you suggest, just the bare bones of it, that would help us to succeed better than others have in the past at something that's been an age-old objective that you stated again today?
I don't know if I have answers specifically in terms of a negotiating strategy. I think that two things come to mind, and one is just for the city to, and this goes into, I know that one of the recommendations is around entering into discussions around funding for infrastructure. And I think that maybe one of the points that I didn't have a chance to mention is just that it's really critical that I think the city speaks clearly about what its priorities and are for infrastructure. And I think those priorities, we've heard them throughout this discussion today, are around improving the equity in our city, ensuring the sustainability of our city, and rebuilding decent work and decent jobs for our community. And I think that hopefully that will be, those principles, the negotiations will be based on principles that all of Torontonians can rally around. And I also do think that, I think Carol Arundel from Social Planning Toronto, and I think I may have mentioned just the fact that the more that, I think there is a real appetite, Mr. Mayor, for the city to have the ability to deal with this persistent fiscal challenge that every year it seems the city has a struggle at budget time. It has, as the city manager mentioned, so many good strategies and plans, and unfortunately, in terms of being able to fund and implement these plans, it becomes a challenge. So I think that the more that you, Mr. Mayor, and council can engage the public in an inclusive discussion around the need for a city of this size to have some greater autonomy and power and capacity to meet the pressing needs that we've faced during this pandemic and beyond, I think that there will be strong public support for that.
No dissent here, Mr. Pagni, but easier said than done. Thanks very much for your presentation, and we appreciate your time today. And that would bring us next then to the next three: Francesca D'Angelo, Melissa Bayon from Progress Toronto, and Beryl Ann Mark. Is Francesca D'Angelo on the phone or on the line? Please go ahead. 5 minutes. You're most welcome.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yep, loud and clear. Please go ahead.
Oh, great. Okay, dear Mayor, Executive Committee, and visiting councillors, thank you so much for allowing me this opportunity. And I want to thank you all for your hard efforts that you've been making to keep Torontonians happy and healthy during this challenging time. You have showed us residents such strength and open-mindedness, which has given me the courage to speak up here today, because I have come to see and understand my city and its administrators as leaders who are actively seeking change. I know I'm not unique in feeling the surreal challenges brought on by this pandemic. The incredible mental strain on families and on children is critically apparent. And I come here, I guess, as an individual and as a parent and concern for families. More than anything, I want to work to restore our physical and mental well-being. And I can only see really one way out of this, and that is to answer the call that many parents that is on our minds. And one of that being, how do we prevent any further pandemics? And how do we speak about this now when our voices still matter? And so I want to propose we seek prevention strategies and not simply remedies. And I have a couple of ideas, and what I want to underline here are the environmental impacts of all of this. And so I'm happy to be following Michael Polanyi, because I sort of want to underline and reinforce some of the thoughts that some of the ideas he put forth. And it's what I'm relating to is consumption patterns. On that note, I just want to also share a personal story, and one of the reasons that urged me to come here today to meet with you all. And this is very personal to me. My 7-year-old daughter came to me just a few weeks ago, and this is what pushed me here, and put this question to me. Mummy, are we more important than the earth, or is the earth more important? I was taken aback, not because it was an awkward question, but because I did not know how to convince her of what I felt needed to be done. She was clearly asking me, I'm sorry, because she knows and feels something is wrong. So, more than ever, I feel we need to recognize we are guests on this earth, and that and that animals are companion species. We cannot continue to take what the earth has to offer and just act as though we own it for the sake of our children and the youth that we keep reprimanding for trying to live in the midst of a period of time that is being robbed from them. We need to create impactful change. I apologize. So I just want to turn to the UN Environmental Program and the International Livestock Research Institute and what they've told us. Unless countries take dramatic steps to curb zoonotic contagions, global outbreaks will continue to be more common. And some of their recommendations I just want to highlight here, and tied to things like local food security, but promoting a more sustainable agriculture, strengthening our food safety standards, monitoring and help improving traditional food markets, so engaging more markets in our city, and investing in technology to track outbreaks globally. I feel we have a moment here to act on a global scale. But locally, where the world can turn to Toronto and look to us and see what we're doing and finding that we are making dramatic change. And one of those things relates to even just Canada's new food guide, that tells us, eating small portions of protein foods. We're no longer talking about meat groups now. We're talking about protein foods. So really shifting our notion from meat consumption to a more plant-based diet, encouraging markets, encouraging our markets that we have currently, but not discouraging urban livestock, but offering incentives to butchers who purchase from sustainable meat producers, a better link from farm to urban table, a campaign on zoonotic diseases to help put people off from eating meat in all languages of our beautiful city. And this is a perfect time because we are living in fear. And so this would be a great opportunity to tell people, listen, we cannot continue to consume meat in the way we have been doing. Community gardens gives agencies to low-income families to not have to depend on non-perishable food bank goods, but to actively get engaged. And then I'll just end with this Educate Cultural Exchange campaign. So this I thought was interesting is, how we do greens. There are so many cultures in the city of Toronto that we could borrow from and learn from. We have people from Bangladesh, India, Sri Lanka, Eritrea, other African countries that have so much to teach us, our indigenous communities, on how to eat more holistically.
I'll ask you to conclude, please. Thank you.
Sorry, and I end there. I'll end there.
Okay, well,
Sorry.
Thank you, Ms. And thank you for deciding to come forward, Mr. Angela. Are there any questions of the deputy? Did I see Councillor Layton, your hand is up? Yes, please, go ahead.
Yes, thank you very much. And I'll ask it in the way of a question, but it's more of a recommendation to the deputy. The city of Copenhagen, did you know the city of Copenhagen has a children's nutrition program that in fact targets local organic farmers to deliver the produce, and it resulted in not only fuller bellies ready to learn, but also greater diversity in the foods that were being consumed, and it was less expensive than the food that was purchased from traditional farmers. So there is a model there where cities have gotten more involved with ensuring healthy children while at the same time ensuring a healthier planet. I'd encourage you to go and take a look at their model, and hopefully we can get the city along that course.
Thank you. That would be great if we can do that. I will definitely look at that. Thank you, Councillor Layton.
Thanks, Councillor Layton. Anybody else wanting to ask the deputy questions? Okay, I thank you so much, Mr. Angelo, very much. We have the next speakers are Melissa Bayon, Progress Toronto, Beryl Ann Mark, and Jack Campbell. The next three is Melissa Bayon on the line. Please go ahead, Ms. Bayon.
Thank you. My name is Melissa, and I live in the east end of the city. And I speak as the interim executive director of Progress Toronto, a not-for-profit organization that organizes for a more democratic and socially just city. And I'm here to share my thoughts and some concerns about the Toronto Office of Recovery and Rebuild report. I'm worried about the future of our city. My family and I immigrated from Argentina, and not long after we arrived, my mom had to leave a toxic relationship and somehow, without speaking English and no formal education, had to provide for 4 kids. The support my single mom received from social housing, welfare, and food banks to be able to get back on her feet, and the support I received from a great public education system and access to decent work set me up to succeed. Since then, rent-geared income has grown scarce, and homelessness is skyrocketing. Food instability has worsened, and public education is under attack. Decent work is hard to come by. And now I have a 1-year-old baby, and I don't see a bright future for her, and it's devastating. And we're at a tipping point. Your votes today and in the next few months will determine my daughter's future. Will she live in a city where the color of your skin determines your health and access to opportunity? Or will she live in the Toronto we all imagine and hope for, a city of opportunity and inclusivity? You have a report before you with extensive recommendations about a path forward for our city, but no motions for you to vote on today to implement them and dedicate resources to it. We don't need more reports without action, we need leaders. And our city is in crisis. Yet this is the largest city in Canada, and it's the richest city in Canada, so it doesn't have to be this way. And Mayor Tory, I'm looking to you as the leader of our city to do everything in your power to take care of the people of Toronto. That means no matter what, you have to commit that you will not vote to cut city services now and in the 2020 budget process. Other levels of government might not step up as much as we need them, and that's not an excuse to cut services. Whatever it takes means setting the course for a new deal for this city so it's not constantly in the brink of a financial crisis with a cap-in-hand approach to funding from other levels of government. Like everyone has said, if not now, then when? Whatever it takes means creating a community-led process, real engagement with the people of Toronto about what kind of city they want and need, not just consultation. We need a transparent process to know who is making the decisions. While I'm very glad recovery is being discussed, and many good recommendations are being put forward, I have concerns that a recovery in your view means going back to normal. Normal caused the crisis to begin with. Normal meant Black, Indigenous, and racialized communities are disproportionately facing insecure housing, precarious work, and a lack of access to public services. I'm here today because we need hope. We need to fight for a bright future for this city. We urgently need to build a city that works for everyone, not just the few. I will fight for this for my daughter and for our city, and I'm looking to you to do the same. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Ms. Bayon. Are there questions of the deputant? I see Deputy Mayor Thompson. Are there any members visiting the committee that want to ask questions? Okay, well then we'll go to Deputy Mayor Thompson. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, through you. Thank you very much for your presentation. I just wondered, you mentioned with respect to the report that's in front of us, it seems to suggest to me, as part of your commentary, that you were hoping that there would have been a full plan, I guess, a framework in terms of how we were going to implement the report that's actually in front of us. Is that what you're hoping to see?
I think what we were hoping, exactly, we were hoping to see more clear, I think what Michael Polanyi mentioned earlier, I think hits home with me in terms of clear priorities and clear deliverables. That's not clear here in the report, and it's concerning, especially with the crisis we're facing right now, urgently, and of course, moving forward.
Right. So, I mean, and I will ask the city manager, because I think I've had a chance to hear from him, and I think his intention as part of his report is to put in place a more action-oriented program to deliver just what you wish. But I'll ask him to clarify that a little bit later. So I'm hoping that he will stay as part of the conversation to hear from him, and hopefully he will be able to address that. And I hope that you'll be satisfied at that particular point. If not, obviously, the process is in place where you'll be able to work with us in order to address those issues.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor
Thank
Thompson.
you, Mr. Mayor.
Are there any other members wishing to ask a question of this deputy? Might I just ask you one, Ms. Bayon, which is you talked about avoiding service cuts, which I think we've all said we'd like to try to do our very best. And you said not just to rely on other governments for help, which is a fair enough point, although I think they should be doing more. Could you give me your number one measure that you would undertake, that you would have the city government undertake on its own if you were to be avoiding cuts, and if you were not to be able to get what we needed from the other governments, what would you then do? What would you have us do?
Well, first of all, that's, making those decisions is definitely your job and not mine.
Well, no, but you're here giving us advice
you.
today, so perhaps you could, I know it's our job. I'm asking for your advice, and
Yes.
perhaps you could be specific in what you would do if you wanted to not make service cuts and not be able to rely on the other governments. What would you have us do specifically? One item, please.
I'd encourage you to look at defunding the police budget and reinvesting in communities. Also, at raising property taxes on mansions, like a mansion tax, on bringing the vacant homes tax, which is something that a lot of speakers, deputants have mentioned today, and on not wasting millions on TTC fare inspectors, just to name a few options.
Okay, that's very helpful. Thanks very much.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Any other questions of the deputant today? Okay, we'll go on then to the next three are Beryl Ann Mark, Jack Campbell, and Mariamba Ahmed. Is Beryl Ann Mark on the line? Yes, please go ahead, Beryl Ann Mark. And you have 5 minutes, and you're most welcome.
Can everyone hear me? Can everyone hear me?
It's a little bit, I assume that's Ms. Mark speaking, is it? Because we can't just hear you at the moment. We can hear you that you're there, but it's very garbled, so maybe we'll just put that on hold.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, should we put that on hold and move to the next one for a minute, or just to see? I don't know what we could do there, because that's not audible. Pardon me?
Hello? Council hear me?
Oh, there we are. Okay, we're all set. Yes, we can hear you loud and clear now, and please go ahead, and you're most welcome. 5 minutes.
Thank you. Good day, everyone. My name is Beryl Ann Mark, and I live in Parkdale. I currently work at Parkdale People's Economy, and I want to thank you for this opportunity to speak here, Executive Committee. I will start by saying that the recommendations put forward by the Toronto Office of Recovery and Rebuild are amazing, but there's a significant lack of recommendation for housing and wraparound supportive services for the city's homeless population. The pandemic we experienced in 2020 and the public health calls for shelter in place to house Toronto homeless has clearly revealed that we need to create both social housing for Toronto's homeless and preserve affordable housing for tenants by enforcing rent control and halting evictions. One of the things we have to do is look at many encampments and people sleeping on city streets. COVID-19 has caused many people to not be able to pay their rent, which they risk getting evicted and becoming homeless. I believe that city staff can redistribute taxpayer to pay for deeply affordable housing. In July, the People's Economy consulted committee members in the foundations for a just recovery and rebuild from COVID-19. Some of the respondents were racialized and low income, and the number one thing that people said that they need was affordable housing. But even before the consultation took place, I knew people would say that because would say that housing is the key priority, because I know many people who are living at someone's home because they can't afford to pay rent in the city. If you want to go, a close relative of mine become homeless, and my 23-year-old daughter gave her a place to live. That's same day. And she did that because she knew that it was the right thing to do. The country where I was born, which is Grenada, is considered a third world country, yet we don't have people sleeping in encampments. Meanwhile, in Canada, which is considered one of the richest countries in the world, we have people sleeping on streets and in encampments, and many of them are Black, Indigenous, and LGBTQ. I can tell everyone that it's disheartening to observe and realize that I know what it is like to not have a decent roof over my head, because I was homeless a few times in the city. And I can tell you, it's very difficult to function properly. Our lack of affordable housing, adequate and supportive housing is constantly a public health crisis. And it shouldn't be difficult for cities to collaborate with apartment building owners who are hardened vacant units to house to homeless mandate developers to create deeply affordable housing. It's true,
We're just, Ms. Mark, we're just having, if you put your time on hold there for a second. don't know how to do that. Oh, we can just stop it there. We're just having a bit, can you just try us again? Are you there listening? I guess we've lost her for the moment. Okay, well, if she comes back, she's at 2:55, so we'll give her 2 more minutes if she comes back. I think that's all we can do. Miss Mark, are you there? No, we've lost her. Okay. Yeah, can we?
Yeah, and if they don't want history.
Yeah, she's still talking as if we can hear her, which, so why don't we put her on hold for a minute then, if there's such a concept.
Oh, we're done?
Are you there?
Hello?
Hello?
Yes, I am.
Okay, so.
I hear you. Hello?
I stopped your
Yeah.
time. I'll just pick it up again.
I can tell you.
You seem to be better now, so please go ahead. You have 2 minutes left.
Okay, I'm going to conclude by saying that the city needs to protect and create homes, and if they don't, history will repeat itself. I can tell everyone who's listening that an ounce of prevention is much better than a pound of cure. The winter season is almost here. Therefore, the city needs to collaborate with grassroots groups like Encampment Support Network and Toronto Indigenous Harm Reduction so that they can provide basic humanitarian aid to Toronto homeless residents. If the city delays in providing necessary services and programs that the Toronto homeless need, such as mental health and harm reduction supports, along with income supports and food security, then there is going to be many fatalities in our city streets. If you refer to the written submission from Public Disability Economy, you can see many of the unique recommendations on how to support housing justice in the city's recovery and rebuild, such as reclaiming vacant units and properties, halting evictions of tenants and encampments, weaving rents and missed payments during the COVID-19, and decarbonifying housing. One of the organizations in particular that the city can collaborate with is the Neighborhood Land Trust, and they can help the city with the process of equitable land use and community development priorities. Finally, the city should enforce an equity lens in all land use decision-making and development application review to ensure that the community members have a say in the future of the neighborhoods. Thank you everyone for consideration.
Thank you very much, Ms. Mark. Are there any questions of the deputy? Okay, we'll move on. Oh, sorry, was there somebody there? No, thank you so much, Ms. Mark, much appreciated. Next three, Jack Campbell, Mariam Ahmed, and Andrew Sijorki. Jack Campbell, is Jack Campbell on the line? Yes, Mr. Campbell, it's 5
Yes.
minutes and you're most welcome, and please go ahead.
Perfect. Can you hear me?
Yep, we can. Thank you.
All right. Hello. My name is Jack, and I'm a young adult from Ward 10. And I'm here today because the TORR report outlines the importance of affordable and safe housing. However, there are not enough concrete plans on how to address the crisis. I'm here today demanding the mayor and city council do more on affordable housing for not only today's generation, but for future generations as well. Growing up in Toronto, a concern that has always been in the back of my mind is the growing unaffordability and rising prices associated with living in the city. The prospect of being priced out of the city and neighborhoods that we've grown up in has been a source of anxiety and topic of discussion amongst myself, my friends, and other young people that I've met for many years now. It's clear that the state of affordable housing in Toronto is in crisis, and if nothing is done, many will be forced to move out of the city. With the COVID pandemic emerging at the start of this year, the future is more uncertain than ever for young people going through school and entering into the job market, and for many others in our city. My concerns about being able to afford to live in the city that I grew up in and the city that I love are greater than ever. That is why I'm here today to ask you, Mayor Tory, and the City Council to make investments in affordable housing a central part of the city's recovery from COVID. These past months have demonstrated how important quality affordable housing is, as housing insecurity has led to increased public health risks and more people finding themselves struggling to make rent or mortgage payments. Quality housing is vital to the quality of life in our city. The Toronto Office of Recovery and Rebuild's report itself recognizes that housing is a significant determinant of health, particularly amongst individuals experiencing poverty. We simply cannot have an effective recovery from COVID without addressing this crucial issue that impacts so many. Though the Toronto Office of Recovery and Rebuild's report does an effective job of identifying the issues and implications of housing unaffordability in the city, it does not do an adequate job of suggesting how we can address these issues. It is your job as our elected officials to solve the affordable housing crisis. Our city needs more concrete plans and actions to be taken to create long-term affordable housing. With issues of housing insecurity on the rise and the future of the economy uncertain, now is the time to invest in affordable housing so that we can make the future a little less uncertain for everyone who lives in Toronto. The future of our city for me is one that is deeply affordable for generations to come. I don't want to see myself, my friends, nor anyone else pushed out of Toronto. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Campbell. Are there any questions of the Deputy? Deputy Mayor Bilo.
Thank you. Thanks for your deputation and for raising a lot of the concerns that I'm sure, if not all, the majority of people in here share. Are you familiar with our housing plan that the council approved in December of 2019?
I'm not familiar with the plan, no.
Okay. So the city just approved a 10-year housing plan that has a lot of these initiatives and then a rapid rehousing plan. And if you want to contact my office directly, we'll be able to share those with you. Okay.
Well, I think one thing that I will just say, and I'll definitely have a look at that after, is just that one of the things about COVID though is that, oh, sorry. Sorry, I was hearing some background noise. Is that from COVID, we're going to experience, and it says this in the report as well, new and lasting impacts as a result of the pandemic. And so I think that means that we should have new and long-term solutions. The problem is certainly going to become larger than it was before. And so I think any solutions that we had before the pandemic are certainly still important, but we might need to look into increasing our plans for the future as well.
You're absolutely right, and there is another plan, and we'll be able to share that with you as well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor Bilo, and thanks, Mr. Campbell. Are there any other questions of the Deputy? Okay, seeing none, I will thank you, Mr. Campbell, again, and we'll move on. Again, the next three, Mariam Ahmed, and Andrew Sichaki, and Michael Longfield, Cycle Toronto. So is Mariam Ahmed on the line? Please go ahead. You have 5 minutes.
Yes,
you're most
hi.
welcome.
Thank you so much. Good day, everyone, members of the committee. I'd like to first start off by actually sharing my personal story of struggle in the city ever since COVID-19. So my name is Mariam. I'm a young person. I'm a graduate student at Memorial University of Newfoundland, remote of course, and I'm a recent graduate from the University of Toronto. For 5 years, up until this past August, I'd been also able to say that I was a resident of Toronto. This is not, however, the case anymore. In mid-March, COVID-19 took away my only means of financial support, a wonderful, well-paying job that I'd rigorously searched months for post-graduation. I'd been only working there for 2 weeks. From there, I was excluded from all federal financial supports because I graduated too early and I started work too late. At the end of August, after looking at all my options, I realized that I had only one choice left. After living independently for over half a decade in Toronto, I was forced to move out of the city and back in with family. The problems that I have dealt with personally ever since COVID-19 hit Toronto, such as job loss and housing insecurity, are not problems that came out of the blue. Rather, COVID-19 had succeeded at exposing the inequities that had been corroding the city far before the emergence of the disease. Members of the committee, for many of us, our past and present has been Toronto. We were born here, we went to school here, we've dined here, we have built communities here, but we are told every day that our future will not be here. We are told that through the city's sky-high rents and through the long wait lists for affordable housing, we are told that through the unsafe and underfunded shelter system. We are told that when the city allows a pandemic to mass evict Torontonians disproportionately from marginalized, vulnerable communities. Mayor Tory, it has been 8 months since you declared Toronto in a state of emergency. We are past the time for dialogue and reports. We need action yesterday. I would like you all to realize that there are real stakes here, and they're incredibly high. Torontonians are needlessly suffering, and we are caught between a global health crisis and systemic barriers where we have been left to flounder without adequate support. We are facing an unprecedented time, and because of that, I call on all of you to show unprecedented leadership. Thank you, and I yield my time.
Thanks very much, Ms. Ahmed. Are there questions of the deputy? I see none. I'll thank you so much for your contribution. Next we have, the next three, Andrew Stachaki. I apologize if I don't pronounce the name properly, Michael Longfield, and Don Booth. Mr. Stachaki, is he on the line? Yes, you are. Okay, please go ahead.
Hello, can you hear me?
Loud and clear. Thank you. You're most welcome.
Okay, thank you. Good morning. My name is Andrew Chihotsky. I'm a lifelong resident of Toronto, a young person living in University Rosedale, a software engineer, and a former political science student. I'm here to share my concerns about how austerity would amplify COVID's death toll and to provide you with a proposal for a sustainable alternative source of revenue to keep our city healthy and growing. But first, some context. I believe that cities are the front line in the battle against COVID. When I ride the subway, I see my fellow commuters crammed into a narrow space, some not wearing masks, while we're all stuck underground. I imagine the recycled air we're all breathing. I think about the essential workers who can't work remotely, who have no choice but to expose themselves, their loved ones, and healthcare workers to COVID. I worry about how budget cuts to TTC could make that worse. When I see more and more tents popping up in parks, I worry about the folks living in those tents and where they'll go in winter. I worry about how easily they could catch and spread COVID. I worry about how budget cuts to social services would make that worse. We all agree that these would be bad outcomes, but what can we do about it when our revenue options seem so limited? Isn't our only option new taxes? I'm here to tell you that there is an alternative. It's a policy tool we use to pull our country out of the Great Depression, win the Second World War, and fuel the greatest economic boom in our history. A boom which built Canada's first subway system, one Toronto continues to rely on over 60 years later. Toronto has benefited from this policy tool before and can benefit from it again. That tool is called quantitative easing. It is currently being used by the federal government and has been expanded to include provincial governments and even private corporations. My proposal is this: lobby to include municipal governments in that mix. If we can't issue bonds, we must ask the province to earmark some of their bonds for our use. We must also ask Finance Canada to return our interest payments to us, a mechanism which the federal government uses itself. If they don't cooperate, make your case to the public. When the Bank of Canada purchases a bond from the federal government, it is essentially an interest-free loan, one which can be rolled over indefinitely. It is interest-free because the Bank of Canada is a crown corporation which returns profits to its sole shareholder. This is how the federal government finances programs like CERB. But how will we finance the front lines of public health in our densely packed city? The federal and provincial governments must be persuaded to see that commuters packed like sardines onto buses, stuck in some of the worst traffic in North America, is not a Toronto-specific problem, but an Ontario and Canada problem. We don't have the luxury of low population density. As a vital economic engine of the region and the nation, we must be adequately financed in our battle against COVID. By having the three levels of government work together on this new revenue stream, we will not only minimize COVID deaths now, we will pave the road for visionary new infrastructure projects in the future. We could build new subway and LRT lines, socially distant homeless shelters, vastly more affordable housing, increase social services for Indigenous people, people of color, people living with disabilities, and anything else we can imagine. There are alternative sources of revenue on the table, but we must demand access to them. If the TTC becomes a hollow shell of what it once was, it will negatively impact the economy of not just Toronto, but all of Ontario and all of Canada. We must make this clear to the Prime Minister and the Premier. Whether we succeed in securing this new source of revenue or not, I believe we should also adopt a vacant home tax, because it may help rein in our severely overpriced housing market, which some call the largest real estate bubble in the world, and which has priced out young people like myself from enjoying the same standard of living as our parents enjoyed. Mayor Tory and members of the Executive Committee, the people of Toronto are looking to you for leadership. This type of intergovernmental advocacy can only be conducted by high-level city officials. I can't get a meeting with Premier Doug Ford or Finance Minister Chrystia Freeland, but you can. I hope to see you take meaningful action on this proposal. Thank you for your time.
And thank you very much for your time as well. Are there any questions of the deputy? Seeing none, I will thank you, and we'll move on to Michael Longfield from Cycle Toronto. Is Mr. Longfield on the line? Go ahead, Mr. Longfield, please. 5 minutes. You're most welcome.
Great, thank you. Thank you, Mayor Tory and members of the Executive Committee. My name is Michael Longfield, and I'm speaking on behalf of Cycle Toronto. and everyone who rides and wants to ride a bike in our city and wants safer and more vibrant streets. In April, Cycle Toronto wrote a letter to the Toronto Office of Recovery and Rebuild stressing that active transportation will be essential to the economic and social recovery of Toronto. Facing a crisis, the city moved quickly to launch Active TO, Cafe TO, and Rapid TO, which have been major successes as the city grappled with the pandemic. In particular, Active TO and the expansion of the cycling network plan with 40 kilometers of new bike lanes is a historic first step to building a more equitable cycling network across the city. And the major weekend road openings gave room for people to safely physically distance while outdoors to boost their physical and mental health. Mayor Tory himself remarked on one of the first weekends of Active TO that seeing all the smiles made it a good day to be a politician. As the pandemic has continued, many residents, businesses, and community organizers have been vocal about what matters to them. Many continue to express concerns about crowded buses and fear their safety if people begin to choose driving rather than to take public transit. We are encouraged that after engaging with numerous stakeholders, TOR has made several recommendations emphasizing building on the success of these programs to reallocate space and rebalance our streets. And we want to call it recommendation number 59, to accelerate or make permanent crisis response and restart initiatives such as improved cycling infrastructure and weekend recreational street openings. Recommendation 67, to develop a winter cycling plan to pursue winter solutions for Active TO to increase resilience on a year-round basis and to do it for this winter. Recommendation 68, to build upon and accelerate a network of connected, complete communities, including complete streets for all uses, ages, and abilities, as both a preventative health measure and to ensure equitable access, include building on and accelerating the additional cycling routes opened in the pandemic. We also want to echo stakeholders in the report that said the next major Active TO announcement should be about measures in the inner suburbs that experience the greatest long-term stresses of inequality and racism and have been hit hardest by the pandemic, specifically outside the core in Scarborough, North York, and Etobicoke. To build upon our successes, however, the City of Toronto will need to prioritize as part of the 21 budget process, allocating resources and building capacity to plan, implement, expand, and make permanent the Active TO, Cafe TO, and Rapid TO programs, which support our long-term goals like Vision Zero and Transform TO. We understand the city faces historic challenges with its budget, but we fully believe these programs are essential to build resiliency. We also note in the federal government's infrastructure announcement about a new COVID-19 resilience funding stream worth over $3 billion. Projects including for active transportation will be eligible for a significant federal cost share, up to 80% for municipalities for projects ready for 2021. We need to make sure the city has resources and capacity now to take advantage of this funding to match and expand the success of 2020. Every page of the report makes clear that Toronto cannot revert to the status quo when the pandemic is over. We implore the Executive Committee to support and fund the recommendations in this report. Thank you very much.
Thanks so much, Mr. Longfield. Any questions of the Deputant? Okay, then we'll go to the next three, Dawn Booth, Pratik Awasthi, and Rosemary Powell from the Community Benefits Network. Dawn Booth, is Dawn Booth on the line? Please go ahead, 5 minutes, and thank you.
Yes, I am.
Go ahead.
I'd like to speak to recommendations number 64 and number 65. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Okay. Mayor Tory, members of the committee, thank you for allowing me to make this deputation. I'd like to speak with you about the costs of retrofitting Toronto's buildings, and I'd like to propose a solution. I'd also like to thank the Toronto East End Climate Collective and the Toronto Climate Action Network, whose meeting I attended by fortuitous mistake, but which gave rise to this solution. We know that buildings account for 52% of the city's greenhouse gas emissions. And we know just as well that the retrofit required to reduce emissions will create lots of jobs at a time when many people have lost them. We need a large pool of money to finance a retrofit of the city's buildings, but this is money that the city does not have. However, the city owns Toronto Hydro, which regularly issues bonds to pay for the city's energy. There's no reason why Toronto Hydro cannot raise the money we need to reduce energy through the use of its regular bond offerings. I should mention parenthetically that Diane Sachs talked about Toronto Hydro and that it might be used more than it is now. The question then becomes how to pay it back. And the answer is an approach used by jurisdictions as diverse as Manitoba, Tennessee, and California. It's called on-bill finance. It's relatively simple. Toronto Hydro pays for the retrofit. Customers repay Toronto Hydro through their monthly bill. The amount of the bill remains the same or falls because the reduction of energy costs equals or exceeds the loan payments. If you can pay your utility bill, you can pay for your retrofit. After a loan is repaid, utility bills go down substantially. We need to put our recovery plan into action as soon as possible. Because we can finance the work locally, we don't need to rely on other levels of government. We can act quickly. We can create the jobs we need and reduce our carbon footprint simultaneously. Let the City of Toronto lead the way and then make room for Enbridge, Ottawa, and Queen's Park to follow. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Mr. Booth. That's very thoughtful, and I'll see if there's some questions for you. I don't see any members of the committee or otherwise indicating so, but we will thank you very much. It was a useful idea there, more than one. Thanks so much. Next,
thank you.
We have just the next three: Pratik Awasthi, Rosemary Powell, and Guillermo Penalosa. So is Pratik Awasthi on the line rather? Yes, go ahead. Go ahead.
All right, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, committee members, good morning, or it's almost good afternoon. Thanks for taking the time to listen. As a member of the public, it's great to be able to speak with you. It's also a great responsibility. I don't have the resources or lobbyists of industry associations, and all I have is my voice and my vote, which is what I'm using right now. I'm a father of two girls, aged 3 and 1, and as a family in this pandemic, we're making some very difficult decisions pretty much every day regarding work, housing, childcare, transportation, and all of this in an environment of uncertainty and insecurity. Between diaper changes and nap times, I found some time to review the report from the city manager and the recommendations made by Dr. Moat and Mr. Raffi. Thank them for their tremendous work. My first comment is that the report identifies several important issues, but it falls short on urgent actions that need to be taken right now. With respect, if what we can expect in the next 6 months is a report on progress on intergovernmental cooperation, that's simply not enough. We need actions, we need resources, we need decisions. The report says on page 6, the public expects us to work together. While that's true, as a member of the public, let me make a slight correction. We're less interested in process, we're more interested in results. Second wave is here, winter is coming, in the words of a popular TV show. Outdoor gatherings will move indoors. Frontline workers will be further exposed. The cold will drive people into shelters which are already overcrowded. And they're going to create the conditions for the next big outbreaks, potentially worse than what we saw in long-term care homes earlier this year. And these are just the foreseeable effects. And if 2020 has taught us anything, it's that we need to be prepared for the unforeseeable as well. So the question is Toronto going to be proactive or reactive? Right now, we're putting a lot of our fate in the hands of Queen's Park in Ottawa, and they should rally around us in the way that the U.S. rallied around New York after September 11th. But as the biggest and richest city in Canada, we also need to chart our own bold paths forward and rally everyone else around our vision, priorities, and plans. Where are they? We're waiting for your leadership. The second message is that in evaluating our priorities, the report is missing a lens of economic inequities. It looks at racial and gender and some other inequities, but doesn't address economic inequalities. We're seeing a K-shaped recovery playing out in Toronto and the rest of the world as economic inequalities are increasing, and we need to flatten that curve as well. Millions have lost their jobs, and yet Loblaws, Metro, and others have made record profits while cutting pay for their workers. This is not only morally repugnant, it's also politically scandalous. Will you allow pandemic profiteering under your watch? It's a serious question for all of you. For those who've made Toronto their home, who've drawn from its public financial and human resources and find themselves better off as a consequence of the pandemic, now's the time to give back. And as a city council, you've got at your disposal some carrots and some big sticks. as counterintuitive as it may seem, now is the time for big, bold investments to renew and reimagine our future. Social housing, public education, food banks, public transport, they all strengthen our resilience as a city and they speed up our recovery. Let's not just say build back better, let's actually do it. And finally, that brings that, to my third final message, is that as members of the public, we're looking at you, Mayor Tory, we're looking at City Council to take bold and ambitious action to solve the problems we face today. This is a crisis, this is an emergency, and the buck stops with you. Whether or not you imagined when you signed up for the job, your actions and inactions have life and death consequences for millions of Torontonians. By the time we get to spring of 2021, I hope that we will have taken bold and decisive action to protect our essential workers and those amongst us who are most at risk. You hear business owners and their interests are loudly expressed and they're important, but they're not always aligned with their workers who are also at tremendous risk. And you don't always hear from people outside the workforce, the elderly, people with disabilities, and others at risk. I thank Toronto City staff for all your hard work. Thank you for your service, sacrifice, and dedication for keeping the city running. Thank you, Mayor Tory and councillors. My kids and I were counting on you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Awasthi. We appreciate that. Are there any questions of the deputant? I see Councillor Carroll.
Thank you. Yes. You made reference to this catchphrase that we're hearing again and again, build back better. And there's mention in the report of defining what that means. Because this means setting aside politics, as many deputants have said, really looking at our responsibility to advocate that if we're not pushing for living wages at the bottom, we're not going to be able to support the top. We're not going to build back the economy. Would it surprise you that we don't have any plans so far to have any kind of surveying of common ground of council itself to make sure that if we keep saying build back better, that we all define it the same way? Should we start there so that we're then good at defining it for other orders of government?
Absolutely, Councillor. Build back better is one of those phrases that everyone can agree with, so long as you don't know what it really means. And if the devil's in the details, then it absolutely needs to be defined. Build back better in what way? In build back better for whom? Those are all really important questions, and I think that would be a fantastic place for council to start.
Thank you. Thanks so much.
Thanks, Councillor Carroll. Do I have any other members wishing to ask questions of this deputant? Councillor Deputy Mayor Thompson, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and thank you very much, sir, for your comments. They're certainly very helpful. You talk a little bit about the K-shaped economy. I wonder if you can just maybe expand on it in terms of what the impact of it is in terms of hardship and how some people are benefiting and some are not as it relates to the K-shape.
Yeah, so thank you for that opportunity. I think you're seeing this at the individual level or at the household level. There are certain families that are able to work from home where you've got, true incomes coming in. People are, salaries are still coming in and people aren't spending as much, right? They're not going out for movies as much or going out for dinners as much. So for a good number of people, they actually have more disposable income during the pandemic than they had before. So that's an extra income. Where's that income going? Is there a way for them to voluntarily contribute to building Toronto in some way? And you're seeing the same with, and of course, needless to say, a lot of people have lost incomes, lost jobs, are more precarious and vulnerable, and they're much worse off. And you're seeing the same with businesses. There are certain sectors of the economy that have actually done much better. People are cooking more at home. People are, ordering from supermarkets. People are doing more online shopping, and they're doing much better. And if you just happen to own some stock in Shopify before the pandemic, you're doing great right now. And then there's other parts of the economy that aren't doing that well, and they're being hit and being worse off. If you bought a stock in Cineplex, or if you have any travel, if you worked in the travel industry, you're doing much worse off than before. And as an economy, we're, as Torontonians, we're all in this together. So how do the folks who are better off compensate the folks who are worse off? And so that as a city, we do, we mitigate the damage. And that's the K-shaped recovery, is that in some ways, we were already scandalously unequal economically speaking, and those inequalities are getting worse. So you're seeing not one future emerge for Toronto, but two distinct futures, one for its rich and privileged class and one for its poor unemployed working class. And those those are heading in opposite directions. So it's going to be a tale of two cities for us unless we do something about it.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor. Any other questions of the Deputant? I don't see anybody else wanting to ask, so we'll move on with thanks to Mr. Awasthi. And the next three, Rosemary Powell, Toronto Community Benefits, Guillermo Penalosa, and Madeline Webb from Crew Toronto. And so do we have Rosemary Powell on the line? We do. Ms. Powell, 5 minutes. You're most welcome here, and over to you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor. You can hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Can you hear?
Yep.
Beautiful. Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, Executive Committee members, and visiting councillors. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. Again, my name is Rosemary Powell, Executive Director of the Toronto Community Benefits Network. I'd like to thank the City Manager and the Toronto Office of Recovery and Rebuild for developing the report before us today. TCBN is a growing community labor coalition. We're now representing over 120 member organizations and groups from community, labor, and social enterprises across Toronto. Since the launch of our network, the TCBN has been active in working with the city to create new tools to leverage its economic power to generate good jobs, decent work, and social procurement opportunities for diverse-owned businesses and social enterprises. Community benefits initiatives provide an opportunity for government and other institutions to support social and economic development policy priorities with their procurement processes and incentive programs, while also addressing labor and supply shortages in some employment sectors. We have seen progress through City Council's adoption of the social procurement policy and the community benefits framework as tools to help create jobs and opportunities for Toronto's low-income residents. The city's Recovery and Rebuild Recommendations report alludes to these policies, which we applaud. However, we strongly recommend these policies should be specifically named and an integral part of the report and the strategy moving forward. The provincial government and federal governments have similar policies in place that would align really well with your proposals. Prior to COVID-19, there was a high demand from underrepresented groups to access jobs and opportunities in this industry. TCBN alone has hundreds of individuals and program participants who have expressed a keen interest in the jobs and opportunities created through community benefits agreements. Our partners from the vast network of employment services in Toronto will confirm similar waiting lists. Many historically underrepresented groups in the trades are experiencing high levels of unemployment in their local communities, sometimes double or triple the national average. These are the same communities that have been most impacted by the COVID-19 pandemic. The sector has been described by researchers as one of the most complex and problematic arenas within which to manage people, the construction industry. The structure of construction workplaces, outsourcing, subcontracting, and startup of flexible firms lead to employment relationship being characterized by separation, conflict, informality, and reluctance to embrace change. Structural and cultural impediments to equality, diversity, and inclusion and work-life balance exist in the sector, leading to discriminatory cultures, outmoded procurement processes, and informal networks. Just this past summer, 6 nooses were found on construction sites across the city of Toronto. This is unacceptable and should have no place in our city. What are we asking? Well, first of all, we're pleased to see the Toronto Office of Recovery and Rebuild, recommendation number 57, which identifies the City of Toronto preparing a comprehensive infrastructure proposal to the province and federal governments to seek support for new investments in affordable housing, building retrofits, mobility, transportation, and green infrastructure. It is critical that the city uphold and strengthens its community benefits framework policy to focus on outcomes for historically disadvantaged communities and equity-seeking groups. As part of the CBA framework, through your Employment and Social Services Department and service delivery networks, the city needs to take leadership in developing recruitment, training, employment, and safe workplace strategy that provides new opportunities for these folks. We must ensure that this strategy includes an open data approach that tracks and reports on outcomes. So we recommend the use of CBAs that will ensure enforcement and accountability, especially on public infrastructure projects. The city should also convene large businesses and anchor institutions to develop local economic development strategies that can support local workers and businesses who have been severely impacted by the pandemic. And through this recovery and rebuilding, our city has the opportunity to leverage new infrastructure investment with the dollars, by the way, that are already within the budget to fulfill your procurement needs while simultaneously meeting environmental, social, and poverty reduction policy objectives. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Powell. I appreciate that. Are there any questions of the Deputy? And I see Councillor Carroll.
Thank you, and Rosemary, thanks for coming today. You're speaking about this. This is interesting because, like so many things in the report, it really builds on something that we have in place. But what you're talking about is the fact that while we have the policy right now, am I right in saying that most of the energy for most of the people who have to do a community benefits framework, the energy goes into explaining which parts they can't do and taking the path of least resistance to just meet the policy at a bare minimum? That's sort of the way it's going right now, isn't it?
That's exactly where it's going. And what we want to see is that bold targets are being established. There have been some industry who's been allowed to regulate themselves. How can you not have an employment equity policy that you must follow? We have an industry with such low diversity that it's just incredible. And where the city has economic power to be able to ensure that these businesses where they provide contracts to can actually observe equity, diversity, and inclusion at the base of their workforce, of their hiring practices. The city should demonstrate this leadership. Within construction, this is a highly, it is invested in, highly invested with taxpayer dollars at all levels of government. And because there's policies at the provincial and federal level, the city has an opportunity here to demonstrate leadership and to coordinate across the provincial and federal levels as well.
So your organization has made a real study of this, I know, because you were meeting with a number of council members last year. In your view, is it a matter of simply gathering our staff leadership together and saying, redouble your efforts and do more follow-up? Or do we need to crack open the policy and put add actual tenets to the policy that make sure that happens?
Well, one of the challenges that we're seeing is that the definition of what an equity-seeking group by the city is so broad and so weak that practically anyone can actually count. And not only that, the city has set such a low standard, 5 to 10% in its community benefits framework. It could actually seek to go closer to where the city's population looks like. With 51% of the city being racialized, we want to see a higher target than 5% of people from these communities being hired into the construction industry. How about we up that target, or at least double down on having a more tighter description of what is an equity-seeking group? We want to see, Black youth who have been, have unemployment levels that is 2-3 times the national levels. It makes no sense. Why not focus there, for example?
Oh, thank you very much. I know that the Chair of Economic Development is here, and I know we're going to have this conversation. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Carroll. Any other questions of the deputant? Okay, well, thank you very much, Ms. Powell. And the next three are Guillermo Penalosa, Madeline Webb, Crew Toronto, and Abigail Doris, Toronto Community for Better Childcare. And I think that'll probably take us to lunchtime. And by the way, I'll just seek the committee's concurrence. I believe everybody's been canvassed, including our staff associates, that we would have a 30-minute lunch break as opposed to an hour, so that it allows us to carry on, given all the very good time we've spent listening to deputants this morning. Okay, so do I have to have a motion to agree to a 30-minute lunch break? Perhaps I'll have such a motion from Councillor Pasternak. I'll ask the question, then all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Okay. Is Mr. Penalosa on the line? Mr. Penalosa,
yes.
Over to you. 5 minutes.
Yes,
Thanks very much.
Can you hear me?
Yep, thank you. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mayor Tory and Executive Committee. I'm speaking as a citizen, not as an organization. As a citizen who had lived 20 years in Canada, I became Canadian. I love Toronto. I have worked in over 350 different cities, so I know that we gotta be very grateful for the city, but I also know that we have much to do to have an equitable and sustainable city where all citizens can live healthier and happier. Last Friday, on the council meeting, I decided that I wanted to talk on the report because I feel we're moving in the wrong direction. In just one day, City Council decided that we would not build sidewalks as requested by some councilors, when I think sidewalks is a human rights issue, that we would not do ranked ballots in 2022, that the city would not even consider turning public golf courses into parks when golf courses are used by 200 people a day over 20 weeks, and parks are used by thousands over 52 weeks, and also they refused to even set up an idea that not to waste $2.8 billion on the elevated LRT on Eglinton. And since the report talks so much about the money, well, we could save $2.8 billion on that LRT if it goes above ground, and those $2.8 billion would give lots of kilometers of LRT in the city. In addition, I mean, we don't have problems of money. We can find $7 billion, not only those $2.8 billion. The Scarborough subway, this is time to go back to the 17-stop LRT, which is going to save us $4 billion and is going to cover all of Scarborough instead of just 15% of Scarborough. And those are provincial, but the city must set a very clear motion on what it wants. And city, the Gardiner, it's time to change the elevated Gardiner to the boulevard. We're going to save, it's going to cost over $1.5 billion. That's over $600 for every man, woman, and child. I wonder what citizens of Toronto would do if you knock on the door and ask them that each one is going to pay over $2,000, each household, over $2,000 to move the elevated Gardiner, which is a worse project than the boulevard that has sidewalks and bikeways and trees and benches. Also, I think that the report is general, but has to focus more on walking, not only the sidewalks. For example, let's take out those ages signs that says senior safety zone when we need safety zones for people with disabilities. Most seniors do not have disabilities. On the bikeway, I'm really happy that we have done 25 kilometers on Bloor, but one bikeway doesn't solve anything. We need a network. And by the way, it's 25 kilometers in the last 6 years, while other cities like Paris and Dublin and Bogota and Mexico and Montreal have done over 100 kilometers. We need to decide young right now, immediately. If we were able to do Bloor in 2 months, we are able to do Young in also 2 months. But we need a network because people are not going to bike if now 30% of the trip is safe, but the other 70% is not. On parks, we need to cancel doing the rail deck park. Let's buy the air rights and keep the air rights, but instead of spending $1.5 billion that Torontonians have saved, in one place where a lot of wealthy people live, let's spend $500 million on the ravine strategy, especially making access in low-income areas like Thorncliffe and Flemington. And the other $1 billion, let's spend it in 100 parks, $10 million each in low-income areas. In housing, I think we need to focus everything in public property. All the part has to be for affordable or deep affordable, nothing on market housing. I think that's a huge mistake that we are doing. Also, citywide, we must eliminate single-family zoning because that is preventing low-income and racial people. And by the way, on diversity, we need to focus not only on Black and Indigenous, but everybody else. We have 50% of the people in Toronto are visible minorities. Black and Indigenous is less than 9%. There is another 43% that is there's very little talk about it, and is very critical because also discriminated. And last, I think that the report is great to develop a shared vision, but a vision without actions is only dreaming. We need to have a shared vision and action, and making the difficult decisions, having the guts to do it, and I wish you much success.
Thanks very much, Mr. Penalosa. Is there any, are there any members of council wishing to ask Mr. Penalosa any questions? Okay, well, thank you very much. Did you have your hand up, Councillor Bailao, Deputy Mayor? No. Okay, well, we're good then. Thanks, Mr. Penalosa, very much. Appreciate your time. Madeline Webb, Crew Toronto. You're next. 5 minutes. You're most welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of the Executive Committee and staff. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. First, I have a question. What would have happened differently after pandemic lockdown if a rental high-rise in the city had already set up a resident team prepared to help themselves and their neighbors during emergencies? This is not a rhetorical question. In fact, this did happen, and I would like to share the details of how it came about, the difference it made, and which neighborhood was involved. As well, how can this be expanded to other neighborhoods and buildings? The location, St. Jamestown, is a neighborhood, as you well know, with low-income, high-rise, and that profile has been identified in Toronto's resilience strategy as housing the most vulnerable in our city. And, you know, despite its low income, the area is not an NIA. After working with the community through 2017 to 2019, CREW, that stands for Community Resilience to Extreme Weather, decided to focus on one building, 77 Howard, 1 block south of Bloor Street East, west of Parliament. We had already engaged some of the residents who became our core team. And with the permission of the private landlord, we began to promote the idea of neighbor helping neighbor by setting up in the lobby of the building with a banner asking, what will you do in the next emergency, such as fire, power outage, or evacuation? As several buildings in St. Jamestown had already recently been affected by these types of disasters, such as the fire at 650 Parliament, days-long power outages at 240 Wellesley due to a burst pipe, residents were quite receptive and curious as to how they could keep themselves and their families safe. Long story short, over 3 months, we were able to recruit 14 volunteers from different floors. There were a total of 24 floors, but we ran out of time. And they became our floor captains with a commitment to get to know their neighbors, which some already did, of course, and to ask, would you like us to check on you in case of emergency? We held a training session on February the 1st, explaining the project in more detail, what was expected of volunteers, and what resources should be placed in an emergency kit. Everyone got to know their fellow residents a bit better. We appreciated that staff from the Toronto Office of Emergency Management were able to attend to lend greater credibility to our cause and to hand out some emergency swag. Once the pandemic and lockdown were declared, we asked ourselves, well, are we out of business now, as everyone knows what an emergency is? Little did we, along with everyone else, realize how much work would go into sustaining a vulnerable community during the difficult months to follow. An almost immediate request came from one of the agencies. Can CREW identify people who need food? Having set up a WhatsApp network with our volunteers and steering committee, we spread the word. A volunteer at 77 Howard was able to put up posters with our phone number. In 24 hours, we identified 40 individuals who needed food. In the next week, we were able to distribute another 40 boxes to hungry people. Our volunteers were on the spot to help with the physical distribution, door to door. During the food outreach, we identified a number of very isolated seniors, some in their 90s, some taking care of disabled spouses whose rehab programs had been canceled. Realizing the toll of social isolation, we applied for and got funding to purchase tablets and internet access to provide some of these seniors with the means to connect electronically with a conversation leader from the community and be part of the Zoom revolution to connect with family and friends. Here is my message. Emergency preparedness at the community level is not only doable, but essential in anticipation of precarious times. Nothing Crew has done was not in the literature about how to help communities prepare for an emergency. Setting up and training volunteers, as they do in San Francisco, having electronic networks such as right here in Ontario in Sarnia, are all doable at modest cost. We have been astonished how much such a small amount of preparation has allowed us to accomplish things at 77 Howard and made a difference. Crew's goal is to see resident-led neighbor helping neighbor networks set up in every one of the rental high rises in Toronto. We have received amazing, if modest, support from private foundations to move forward with our work. We hope the City of Toronto will join us to expand these useful networks and build the relationships known as social capital that experts are saying is the real capital needed to survive a pandemic and other emergencies. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Webb. Are there questions of the deputy? I think this is a very excellent story about 77 Howard, and really will be very useful to us in terms of, that, as you said, that community preparedness. Any questions of the deputy? All right. Seeing none, I will thank you so much, Ms. Webb. It really was very, very helpful.
Thank you.
I think what we'll do, in light of, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4 more to here, so I think just because I have one more thing just to let members know about, and then we'll adjourn for the 30-minute lunch and resume. So it'll actually end up being 33 minutes, so that will be an extra bonus of 3 minutes, a 10% bonus on the shortened lunch for everybody. What I wanted to just inform you of was that I received a letter this morning, and I distributed it to Council during our proceedings today, from the Ombudsman, Susan Opler, indicating her intention to step down in April of next year, which is shorter than the period of her contract, but it's just a career decision that she's made, which she communicated to me yesterday in a conversation and has confirmed in a letter. And I just, and she's done in part the 6-month notice in order to give us time to select a new ombudsman and have her participate in the transition and so on, which I think will be very helpful to us. And so there'll be much more opportunity for us to talk about her role as a servant of the council and somebody who's played a very useful role with thousands of residents of the City of Toronto. But I just want to say I believe that she's conducted herself in that job in a way that's been entirely constructive, very determined, very anxious to energetically put forward the interests of the people that she has dealt with, and there'll be lots to say about the positive contribution that she's made, but I just thought I would let members know, since she is someone who's an officer appointed by the council itself and serves the entire council. So on that note, with your concurrence, we'll stand adjourned until 1 o'clock with the slightly shorter lunch break, and we'll come back. We have 4 more deputies to hear, and then, of course, questions of staff and speaking on this report. And I think we've cleared off a number of the other items on the agenda, so we should be able to proceed through the rest of our business reasonably expeditiously. Did you want to, since we do have 2 minutes, do you want to just deal with that motion, Councillor Pasternak, or not? It's here now. It's item 17.5, EX 17.5, which is the motion to. Is that a different one than I have? Okay. So Councillor Pasternak it was on an administrative inquiry, and he had, similar to the other one, a motion that would dispose of this and just send it off with a couple of other, pardon me, actions that might have.
I was going to ask a couple of questions.
Oh, okay, well then we'll wait. We'll do it afterwards.
Let's hold
That's
it
fine.
down.
Thanks very much. We'll stand adjourned until 1 o'clock. Thank you. We'll call our meeting back into session then, if we can. And we have 4 deputants left to hear from, and I understand that we have on the line Lynn Adamson from Climate Fast, to be followed by Shah Muhyiddin. And so I will, if you just get my clock, there we are, the clock is here. And Ms. Adamson, are you there? Lynn Adamson?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. And so you're most welcome here, and you've got 5 minutes, and please go ahead.
Thank you very much. I am speaking as co-chair of Climate Fast, a grassroots environmental group in the city working for climate action. And we'd like to make the point that climate action is absolutely crucial and extremely urgent, that we are today choosing what the quality of life for our children will be in the future. I have 3 grandchildren, and some of you have grandchildren too, I'm sure, children, and we need to think about the future. So climate change affects Torontonians right now, and its impacts will continue and worsen as global temperature rises. And as with COVID, the impacts of climate change will disproportionately affect marginalized and racialized people in our city. Globally, the level of CO2 in the atmosphere is estimated at 417 parts per million, much higher than what is considered a safe level. We are currently on track for at least a 3 degrees Celsius temperature rise, when we actually need to stay at a maximum of 1.5. To stay at 1.5, we need to reduce emissions by at least 7.6% every year from now through 2030. And this is from the IPCC report. There's references in the letter as well. The current target for Transform TO Climate Action Plan is 100% net zero by 2050. But following on the climate emergency declaration, staff are reviewing whether we might be able to achieve this goal in 2040. Emissions by Canadians are among the highest in the world, and cities need to reduce emissions as much as possible, as fast as possible. So in light of the urgency of climate action, we commend city staff on the positive approach to building our future taken in this Toronto Office of Recovery and Rebuild report, and we support its extensive recommendations. As from the city manager's report, building back better means taking a long-term view towards building the city we want that will be here for those who live here decades from now. We support the call for examining the, creating all the tables that are talked about in there and engaging all the communities that are talked about in the report. It's a positive and welcome approach. We are concerned that the city could cut social programs that are really needed by vulnerable, and we should not be doing so, but instead finding new revenue sources. We list some of the recommendations we support in the letter. For example, the implementation of the city's surface transit network improvements, bus electrification, and retrofits. And on that retrofits, I'd just like to say that we looked into it a little bit because we're trying to work on this. And out of the $1 billion that the federal government is committed to spreading across the country, our share is only $15 million over 5 years. It's a very, very tiny amount of money, and it's not going to help us accelerate building retrofits the way we need to do. So that is an urgent crisis because we have to get going on that, and it's going to create jobs and many other co-benefits. And green space. Green space is extremely important for mental and physical health as a way to prevent heat islands and provide relief during heat alerts. We also want to say it's really important how we look at transportation. And for example, the Transform Young proposal that was talked about earlier today, cycling, street design, it has to match the goals of Transform TO. We need to put it into our planning. That's extremely important, and we need to take those benefits, for example, of the bike lanes and what we've seen with the Active TO program and spread it into the suburbs. The current report could be strengthened by full recognition of the urgency of climate action, specific timelines and financial costing for recommendations, identifying new revenue sources, and identifying additional innovative ways of achieving climate action. We do recommend that the city set up a task force to consider new revenue sources, some of which have been talked about today already, increased land transfer tax on luxury homes, vacancy tax, stormwater drainage fees, parking levies, vehicle registration, and expanded use of green bonds. we would definitely benefit from, and we need support from other levels of government, but we cannot wait to take action. We need to show our commitment to investing in solutions. And we need to bring those priorities into budget decisions. We must be bold on climate targets and climate actions and bring forward those measures in 2021 budget. The climate crisis is not standing still while we respond to COVID, and we need to work together and have an ambitious climate effort. And we need to engage citizens with the city is very well suited to bringing people along and being involved in this effort. So we want to thank staff again for this excellent report and urge the city to move these recommendations forward so we can ensure a livable future for those growing up now in our city.
Thank you.
We welcome the opportunity to work with the city too on all of this. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Adamson. Are there any questions of this deputant? Okay, seeing none, I will thank you very much, Ms. Adamson. And now we'll go back. Is Abigail Doris on the line with us? No. Okay, Austin Jaffrey? No. Okay, we'll call them one more time before we finish. And Shah Muhuddin is available. Shah Muhuddin, are you there? Hello? Shah Muhuddin? I may be pronouncing the name wrong. I apologize. Do we think we have Shah Muhuddin on the line? Hello. Shah Muhuddin? Yes. I think I hear something, don't I? We're just not coming through the system. Okay, we're just having some difficulty. If you can listen, if you can hear me, I'm sorry if I'm mispronouncing your name as well, but we're just going to try and get you through the system so everybody can hear you. These were the technical difficulties I apologize for in advance of the meeting because they happen each time. It's just the nature of the beast. Done pretty well getting through all these deputants with good technical help. Do we think we're going to be able to resolve it, or what do we think? You know, he's sort of there. He's just, yeah, I can hear it even through somebody's earphones. I can hear it up here, but we can't hear it through the public feed, I assume. If that's a good idea. Yeah. We're just going to ask for those watching and at home, or we can't hear anything. We're just going to ask the deputant here to call in, and there's still no sign of Abigail Doris or Austin Jaffrey. Okay. Well, I will call their name one more time when we finish with this deputy, assuming we get them hooked up, and then we'll have to move on. Okay, so. No sign? No. Okay. Why don't I just call out one more time? Do we have any record of Abigail Doris being on the line? No. And Austin Jaffrey? Okay. Well, we'll have to just move on then, and we'll just wait to see if for 1 second to see if if Shah Muhuddin is getting through on the phone. Should only take a second, shouldn't it? If you dial in. When this clock hits 10 minutes, we're going to move on. It's 30 seconds. Okay. Well, I will apologize to Shah Muhyiddin if they're trying to get in and can't. There's just sometimes a technical challenge. And to Austin Jaffrey and to Abigail Doris, I apologize if they seem to have not come back for the afternoon session. I'm sorry it got extended, but it was just in order to make sure we could listen to everybody that wanted to be heard on this. And so on that note, we would move on to then what will be questions of staff, because of course we had a presentation and we have a report, two reports actually, but the city manager's report is directly in front of us. And I will just see on the screen if there are members of council not on the executive committee, starting with Councillor Cressy, who want to ask some questions of staff. So Councillor Cressy, please go ahead.
Well, thank you, Mayor. And let me begin, first of all, by thanking our city manager and Dr. Mowat and Saad Rafi for all your hard work. A couple of questions, and perhaps I can begin, Mr. Murray, with you. The second paragraph of your report, right at the top, speaks to the disproportionate impact of COVID and the need to address those inequities as part of a recovery. Can I ask that equity response? You have 83 recommendations in here. Where should it be prioritized? Should it be embedded throughout all, or is it one of many recommendations to prioritize as we consider an equitable response?
Through the speaker, or through you, Mr. Mayor, sorry. I think equity is embedded in everything. You know, when I think about everything from the child care that we provide to the infrastructure we build to the need to address resiliency and climate change matters. I mean, at the end of the day, we know there are parts of our community that are already disadvantaged, and depending on our policy program and infrastructure decisions, they will either be addressed or they won't be addressed. So I don't see it as just one component of a broad set of recommendations. I think equity permeates, basically all decisions we make, and it's an important lens.
So I suppose, and I won't drill down into all the recommendations, though I will thank Mr. Rafi and Mr. Mowat, Dr. Mowat, for their work in bringing them forward. Chris, where I guess I'm trying to narrow the focus in here is you've presented in many ways a vision for how we should recover. I guess I'm looking for your advice into how we prioritize of all of the recommendations and all the areas we need to respond to build an equitable, a sustainable, a prosperous recovery. Where do you advise we as council prioritize our response? How do we narrow this down to the overarching key priorities to make sure that we can recover in the manner that is suggested in this report?
Yeah, and I'll certainly welcome Saad Rafi's comments, but I know Saad in presenting the report to me and pointing out his basic findings, Saad will tell you that it's a whole of recommendations. It's very hard just to say this one is more important than that one and arrive at a very simple way to prioritize. I think the nature of the pandemic and the impact it's having on our community is very broad, and the themes that I think he's identified and the actions within those themes, it's not as easy as to say do this first and then once you've done that, do this second. So it's just that complicated in some respects. So and again, I think it also matters greatly where the federal and provincial government interest lies and how they align with a lot of what is in Saad's report. So if you can afford the time, I would ask Saad to weigh in as well.
I certainly have the time. Saad?
Okay, thank you very much, Chris, and Mr. Mayor, through you to Councillor Cressy. Councillor, I certainly recognize your desire to have a sense of priority and sort of a more detailed set of actions. However, I would also concur with Chris that the recommendations, I think, should be read in a holistic manner. The interdependencies and interconnectedness of these recommendations and the impacts they've had on vulnerable populations is clear and is of great urgent need. in addition to that, and perhaps parenthetically, I just want to reference that, you know, we did not call out every group that has been impacted, but we did try to call out many cases, equity-seeking communities, vulnerable populations, vulnerable communities. I think where council and will have an opportunity to set further priorities will be in the response by other levels of government. I think there are a multitude of very impactful strategies that council has approved in the past, but some of them don't have a sufficient source of funds. And if the tables that Chris and his colleagues are going to engage, if they meet with insufficient response, then I think very difficult resource allocation decisions will be back to council in some short order. The question then is, you know, what kind of timelines should we provide the ability provide for other levels of government to respond? Well, I think that's going to be in the proof of the eating, as the saying goes, in the sense of how they respond to the fact that there is a funding imbalance and a fiscal imbalance. So I'm sorry that I'm not saying to you that I would address recommendations X through X1 through Xn in the first instance, and then in the second instance or third instance. But
so I guess,
please.
Sorry, Todd. I guess just because my time is limited, I guess my follow-up to both you or Mr. Murray, and I'll defer to both of you, would be, if, as I take it from reading the report and your comments there, the city can't do it alone. In our ability to implement this document as imagined, A, requires the level of intergovernmental cooperation you're suggesting here in your recommendation, and B, barring that, our own budget process in 2021.
And that will be your last question, Councillor. Thank you. Go ahead.
Yeah, if I can, through the mayor, I think that's a good way of summarizing it. As Saad pointed out, I mean, we have been engaged with the federal government and certainly to the provincial government on these kinds of issues. But we want to get more specific in terms of what actions are they contemplating and how those actions would be felt by us on the ground. You know, and as Saad points out, if there's, you know, little receptivity to what is in our report, then I'm reporting that back to you. And then of course, if there's a need for pressure to be exerted, then you can exert pressure. So yeah, we can't do it alone. Hopefully that statement comes through. And I believe, you know, based on the conversations I've had with my colleagues, provincially and federally, I don't think they intend on us doing it alone. It's about us getting together and working through these items.
Thank you, Chris. And Councillor Cressy got the one-time only Board of Health Chair COVID Command Team special bonus, 7 minutes and 34 seconds. Won't happen again. Okay, other members not on the committee who want to ask questions that are with us. There's Councillor Carroll, so you're up next, Councillor.
Thank you. I'll bet you can guess what I'm going to ask. I'm very supportive of the whole of government's approach. That this is very much in intergovernmental assignment, and it's not that I don't think that all along this mayor and previous mayors have done a good job, but we're at a place now where I'm wondering if you wouldn't agree with me when you highlight in your report that we have just a myriad of requests of government and individual motions. We have 80 different strategies that also have intergovernmental requests in them. And we've never really strategized just the mayor and council to say, what is our strategy? I used to say that as a joke, but you seem to be recommending that we need one so that we can hone what all of these intergovernmental requests mean together and get down to what do we need right now just to survive 2021. But it doesn't mention in your report, and I wonder if you expected us to come to this conclusion on our own, that we need that reckoning on council before we go forward to a table with all the other governments. How does council get together and figure out what are our common requests, what are the pillars, what are we going after? very succinctly. Is that what we need to do first?
Through the mayor, certainly, if you look at the evidence and the success, I would add, that you've had on housing, Councillor or Deputy Mayor Bilow, her work with the mayor, working with the federal and provincial governments. I mean, we've seen massive investments made, and we work on other fronts as well. As you know, from a transit standpoint, there's massive investments being made there as well. I mean, if there's an opportunity, I think in the coming weeks and months ahead, certainly to the balance of this year, you know, for me to sit down with you and figure out how it is that we might be able to engage in the kind of conversation that you want with council, then I'd be more than happy to do that. You know, as much as I know there's a focus here on the whole of government, and intergovernmental service or relations are going to be the most critical now compared to ever before, you know, there's also a whole of committee or community approach, and that's not just a stakeholders group. And I look at, you know, the people I work for, which is you. So, you know, if you want to, if we can sit down and figure out what that might look like, you know, how would we go about and approach that, you know, strategy for the strategy, then, you know, certainly I would welcome that opportunity.
But I'm sure you've heard in the past, and maybe Mr. Raffi probably heard these in the interviews he went out to do. Because we don't do that, we don't even do it at the beginning of a term, we often in council chamber, we can't even agree on what our residents are saying. We've had weekly updates, and that's been very helpful during COVID. But there's no Q&A during that time. We hear of surveying, but we don't always get handed that data. And then we get into council debates over individual items, and we argue, no, you're wrong, my residents say this, my residents say that. And we can't even agree that, of course, you know, we know that residents have a range of opinions. I'm just saying that some say this and some say that. We get into those types of arguments, which really, I think, undermines our ability to sort of drop our buffs, get on the same island, and all be asking the same thing of other orders of government for what is the most important economy within the nation's economy. And so if there's a willingness, surely that's the first step. I don't know how we do a 2021 budget, frankly, without it, when we're trying to fill a $1 billion plus gap.
Right, and I think if I can through the mayor, you know, I think the themes that have been identified in the core report, you know, are critical themes for us, and we've been hearing this from council, I think, for quite some time. In fact, much of what we're recommending, there are approved plans and strategies. So, you know, it's one of these circumstances where I think I heard from an earlier caller, you know, some concerns about process and action, and you know, I think the themes, you know, if there are reasonable themes that we put in front of you with recommendations underneath that we need to now, you know, bring forward and implement. You know, if there's an opportunity to, as we're advancing this, to figure out how it is that we can accomplish what I think you're saying, Councillor, you know, I think that'd be a worthwhile exercise for us to do as well. I would just worry, to be honest, I would worry that we just stop everything until we have this conversation, and get that direction. That, you know, it's you know, there's so much happening to our residents right now that, you know, we have to move, as I think the mayor said many times over the last several months, at wartime speed. So, you know, it's not that wouldn't be a valuable exercise, Councillor. I just think we got to advance on the fronts that are in the TOR report and work on the recommendations. And then if we could, you know, have the priority conversation that you're talking about, whether it be through survey or whatever, I'd be, you know, like I said, be very happy to work with you on that.
Thank you very much, both for Councillor Carroll and City Manager Chris Murray. Who else can I see on the screen now that might have a question, if there's anybody visiting with us from outside of the council, of the executive committee? Okay, well then, if there's nobody, then we can turn to the members of the committee who wish to ask questions of staff. And I see Deputy Mayor Thompson first.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Through you to the city manager. Mr. City Manager, could you define for me, please, what is our definition of prosperity?
Through the mayor, I don't believe we have a formal definition of prosperity.
Okay.
And so, I mean, that's the short answer to that question.
Okay, that's very helpful. Thank you, and I'm happy to hear that. And so you are looking, though, as part of the work that's actually being done now, through the budgetary process, you're looking at an equity lens, resiliency lens, and I gather a wellness lens in terms of social cohesion, et cetera, et cetera. Would that be correct to make that statement?
Through the mayor, that's what we need to be doing, I believe, yes.
Right. Given that this situation with respect to COVID, and as you've defined and the mayor stated, others have stated all along, that we've been able to identify gaps that have existed for quite some time within our city and so on. So much of what we're facing here, although it has come as a result of the pandemic, it's something that we've been facing for quite some time. And so that's not unique to Toronto. You would agree?
I would agree. It's just been amplified.
Right. And so given the state of the, I guess the national state of things, in that other municipalities are facing many of the same challenges, some of them less so in terms of their population base and so on, and Toronto being the largest city in Canada, I'm just wondering what work has been done through your office, and perhaps the mayor may want to talk a little bit about this later, in the collaboration approach in terms of working with other municipalities, because if Toronto gets, others will want, and others will complain if we get too much. I'm just wondering what has been the strategic approach, either through the process with FCM and other municipalities across the country, so that we can uniquely ask for resources to help us to address our problems, which I don't think we're going to get all the monies from the federal government or the provincial government to deal with our issues. I'm just wondering, is there an approach, is there a strategy that you've been utilizing?
It's true, the mayor. Yes, absolutely there is an approach and strategy being utilized. We meet regularly with Vancouver, Calgary, Edmonton, Ottawa, and Montreal, as referred to the big 6 municipalities. More than half of the country's population and GDP is coming from those municipalities. And so we have agreement on everything from interest in the digital economy to main streets and downtowns to mental health and addictions to matters of that kind. So there's a common set of themes that we are all interested in talking with the federal government, and we have been meeting with the federal government at the deputy minister level, and now this is starting to evolve into a more specific set of conversations locally. And the mayor, much to his credit, every week is meeting with chairs and mayors of the GTHA. The focus rightfully has been very much on COVID and the response, but increasingly, there is an opportunity within this economic region that we serve in, or that we exist in, to pull the city managers and the heads of finance and other general managers / deputy city managers together to have a common view on housing, on transit, a whole host of matters, purchasing, I can name a number. So there is certainly an interest, I think, federally, and oddly enough, I just got off the phone with a senior federal representative from infrastructure just minutes before this meeting. But there is a real interest federally, and I know there's an interest provincially in working with us on what our challenges and needs are. So this has been active for several weeks. These are conversations that before COVID weren't necessarily happening, but now I think we have their attention.
So our downtown has been impacted by COVID, and we've seen that with respect to the issue around the labor force and the number of people that have lost their jobs and so on. I'm just wondering, as part of the 83 recommendation in terms of focusing on helping to retrain, apprenticeship programs and so on, mentorship, what's the game plan with respect to addressing that and recognizing that people are not necessarily going downtown to work? There's an issue with respect to whether or not large corporations are going to allow their employees to be working from home. because that creates a problem for our downtown core in terms of businesses. So what's our game plan?
Final question. Thank you.
Well, that's exactly, that is a critically important question. And it's the same one that, other big cities in Canada are asking. I know Montreal is in the same boat. In terms of what happens with respect to the workforce, I mean, we don't have quite the same levers that other levels of government have in terms of workforce training, development, and things of that nature. In terms of teleworking, Councillor or Deputy Mayor, you're absolutely right. Teleworking right now, we know what the effect has been on bringing people downtown, the effect that has on businesses. What that does moving forward, that remains a question that we have to address. But keep in mind, I mean, the federal government and province and ourselves, I mean, as we move more and more into the digital economy, we're going to see not just teleworking, but we're going to see, consumerism change, vastly. So all of that, where's all that going? That for me spells out, one of the most important reasons why we need to be together with the upper levels of government, as well as our business communities and other stakeholder groups in this city working together. Because right now, I mean, we're feeling the brunt of this directly. And what we can do to mitigate it, how we can keep the liquidity of businesses moving forward, but yet return people back to those businesses. We don't have a perfect answer right now, but the way forward, I think, is by us working with the upper levels of government, informing their policy, informing their programs, informing their investments.
Thanks very much, Deputy Mayor Thompson, and thank you, Mr. Murray, again. Other members of the committee wishing to ask questions of the staff, and I have the Deputy Mayor Bylaw, and then we'll go to Councillor Crawford. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. You up to the City Manager. On recommendation number 5, you talked about prioritizing identified needs arising from the pandemic. So when you talk about this prioritization, is it the recommendation or is it any needs to respond still during the pandemic?
Could you just repeat that, because there was some noise? Sorry about that. I didn't hear the full question.
No problem. Hopefully the mayor will restart my clock because I have a few questions. On recommendation number 5, you talk about prioritizing identified needs arising from COVID-19. Are you talking about the prioritization of the 83 recommendations and how we're going to do that, very much with what Councillor Cressy was asking? Or you're talking about prioritizing needs that now that we're in the second wave, that we're still in the pandemic, there's certain needs that are arising? What kind of prioritization are you talking about?
It's more related, I think, to the latter as opposed to the former.
Okay. And on recommendation 6, you talk about through the budget process to have an update. Right. So there's going to be some of these items that obviously have a budget line attached to it, other ones that don't. Are we going to get an update on all the 83 recommendations, or at what point can we find out if something is being followed on or worked on or it's been dropped? How do we follow up on these recommendations as council?
Certainly. I mean, staff are now, working through the recommendations to, implement what we can implement by ourselves and then bring to council those things that require your approval. So, but I can say in terms of the 2021 budget, there's no question the pressure that's been put on our equity seeking services has been significant. I don't see us letting off of that. So the idea that, that we would expect, those most pressurized services to kind of, perform as if it was business as usual is just not practical given the strains in our community. And so when I say equity seeking services, I mean, everything from shelters to long-term care to child care to parks and recs and things of that nature that people really have to rely on in these times. Other services, as you know, we have about, in total, about 150 other services that, where we can find ways to achieve savings and try and address this $1.7 billion challenge next year. We will be coming forward with strategies there, but I will be giving you updates on the recommendations as soon as we can. So keeping you informed is obviously a priority.
Okay. There's also different recommendations for us to work with the other levels of government on income support, all kinds of supports that now people are going to need even more. How is this integrated with our human services integration project? Because I think now more than ever, we need to be well coordinated, well integrated to provide support to the most vulnerable. How are we doing with the human services integration?
If Julie's on the phone, I may ask her to step in and answer that question. Julie, are you here?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yep.
So, Deputy Mayor, we're working very closely with all of the income support areas in the city: housing, test, childcare, and we are definitely taking in those considerations into mind as well. The province is modernizing social assistance, and we're working closely with them to make sure the Human Services Integration Office is aligned with where they're thinking of going. So we're working very closely and trying to take some innovative steps to make it easier for vulnerable residents to connect with the supports that they need.
Okay. Also, there's recommendations about working with the province on mental health supports. I noticed that, for example, just today they announced some funds. How closely are we working with them? Because I think this is something that we should all be paying close attention.
Again, Julie?
As you're aware, Deputy Mayor, for supportive housing to be successful, we need to bring in mental health and harm reduction supports, and we're working very closely with the province to help them understand the level of need there is and to come up with a very coordinated system so it's easier to connect people in need with the services that are available and to make sure we have those services connected to the supportive housing units that we're planning on opening.
But I think it's not even only just supportive units. I think that society as a whole is going to have some mental health challenges. And so how closely are we working with the province on responding to some of these challenges that are going to be posed? I know that there's some recommendations. Have we started that work, or are we going to be?
We have started that work. We're talking with the justice centers. We're talking with the different ministries and the LINs to help them understand the scope of what we're seeing, especially with the people that we're now seeing outdoors and the experience we've had in bringing those people indoors. We've connected with a number of community agencies to bring mental health caseworkers to those different facilities that we've opened for physical distancing and to support the individuals. But on a go-forward basis, this isn't sustainable. So we're working with the province to review the overall sector, the overall system, to make sure it's well-resourced and coordinated so that it's easier to connect people in need, whether it be addiction, harm reduction, mental health supports, crisis supports, to the services they need.
And my
I did,
last question.
actually, okay, all right, I did restart the clock, but you can have one more if it's a quickie.
Just one more. The last question is, I think the cities that are going to be really successful in recovering, not only are they adapting quickly, but they're also going to be paying close attention to any shifts in, how things are changing, how people are working differently, how people are going to be moving differently. How is the city, or with whom is the city working to follow these changes that might come out of COVID to start feeding some of that information to council so we can have that research being incorporated in the policy that we are creating as a city?
So, Deputy Mayor, one of the things we did very early on to understand how COVID was impacting our various diverse neighborhoods across the city with connect with our large nonprofit sector, because they're out there in local neighborhoods and communities. They're very well connected, and we're working together individually and collectively to understand those impacts. I also know that the city manager's office and economic development are making connections as well with Board of Trade, different sectors, so that we can bring all that information together on making sure we have a robust response and a stronger recovery plan.
And if I can just further to that, I mean, there's regular contact with municipal affairs and housing. So I think in my presentation, I said right now, we don't have the kind of certainty that we would like to formulate the policies and programs and investments. So it is about working with our own community agencies, but it's also to try and tap into other levels of government. What data are they basing their policy and programs on, so that we have, decision relevant decisions here. I mean, decision relevant policies and programs and investments. So And absolutely, I think, if you're forearmed, you're better equipped to make great decisions. So making sure that finds its way to you so you understand where we're at and what direction we ought to take is, I think, critical for us and for you as well. So.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, and thank you, Juliana and Chris. May I note that the answers from Juliana had astounding clarity, given that she might be distracted by the fact it's her birthday today, as I understand it. So many happy returns to you, Juliana. May I seek the indulgence of the committee for 1 minute just to go to speakers? And I've got to go off to do the COVID update for the public and so on right now, and Deputy Mayor will take the chair. And I just wondered if I could say a few words about the report, because otherwise I'll miss the chance, because and then we'll go back to the question list. We have Councillors Crawford and Pasternak on the list. Is that agreeable to the committee? Just for a couple of minutes. I want to just say, first of all, thank you for the report to those who did the work, and I said that at the outset. But I just want to commend to you, if I may, and I'll be well less than 5 minutes. This whole of government, whole of community approach, I think, is something we would be very well advised to take a look at in the context of trying to formulate and receive support for an effective response to what's happened in COVID-19 and things we were focused on. If you look at the report, quite frankly, all the issues raised in it are issues we were seized of before. But the question is now, have they been made more difficult and more challenging? I think the answer is yes by COVID-19. And is there more that's required to be done? Which the answer to that was always yes. And I think this whole of community approach must include the advocates. It must include the regional mayors, which I've been trying to do, and I think it must include people like other local representatives, MPPs, and people like that. And I think we have a choice, but I think it starts with the Toronto City Council. And I think quite often, and I say this as someone who effectively has had the responsibility as mayor, as mayors do, for intergovernmental affairs for 6 years now. And I think they take Toronto seriously because it's a big city, the biggest city. I think because we've been intelligent in our requests and tried to be nonpartisan about it and constructive in our approach. But I think they also sometimes dismiss us on the basis that it's not all for one and one for all. They sort of say, well, yes, but we saw that you passed this resolution or that you had this debate down there at City Council. And I think it's along the lines in a way of what Councillor Carroll said, though not completely, that we have to find out of this report I would say 3 or 4 things that we're really going to focus on, knowing there are 50, if not 100, and focus on those and decide on a strategy together and work on that strategy together and have, I think one of the reasons we've been successful in COVID is because all ends of the council, all sides, all groups, whatever you want to call it, all individuals have focused as one, and that we have been united in our acceptance of the advice of our medical officer. We've been united in our advocacy to the other governments. We've been united in the way we speak to the people about things that need to be done or support that we're going to give. And I just think what that has achieved for us has been, I think, relative success, knowing there's lots to do, but also we've achieved extraordinary levels of support from the other governments. If you look at what we've done before COVID and after, this city has been the beneficiary of an excellent relationship, in particular with the Government of Canada, and I think a relationship that over time has evolved in the right direction with the governments, plural, of Ontario. And so I would just say that I will continue to work with the big city mayors, with the regional mayors, and with the other 2 governments. But I think if I can have alongside me everybody as one, so that we've formulated a plan, formulated an approach, taken the issues and prioritized them, and taken positions that are as close to unanimous as we can in the context of what it is we're looking for, we will be much better off. And that's, I think, why the city manager, I don't want to put any words in his mouth, adopted the approach of taking all this report and pulling out of it the need for intergovernmental cooperation, which only comes from, I think, yes, sometimes public pressure and pressure put on by us as politicians in the public domain, but a lot of the time just sitting down and trying to sort these things through with them. And I think we've had quite a bit of success with that, perhaps not enough in some areas, in fact, undoubtedly not enough. And I will say that includes, as the city manager so politely puts it in his report, more politely than me, some need to re-examine this system that was developed in 1867 that has a huge government like this, a huge city like this, treated in a way that is subservient to, no offense intended, Prince Edward Island with a population of 146,000 people. I mean, it is just not sensible anymore. It makes no sense. It might have made sense in 1867. I wasn't around. But it certainly doesn't make sense in 2020 And I don't propose opening the Constitution up, but I do think we have to rethink some of those things. So I will thank you very much for indulging me in that, and I will turn the chair over to the Deputy Mayor, and he will take the speakers list, which I have in my hand. They said you probably shouldn't come up here because they haven't had a chance to disinfect it. Not that I think I have a lot of infections, but you with young children, you should probably stay there and let the clerk's table.
We'll be finished when you come back.
Be finished when I come back. Okay, well, I will. And there's the speakers list right there.
Questions of staff? Councillor Crawford.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. And I think the mayor took a lot of my questions from City Manager, but I'll still ask them anyway because I think it'd be pertinent for the City Manager to really comment on a lot of what the mayor has just commented on. So in your recommendations, and in a lot of your comments, you talk about, as the mayor has just did, about the importance of the intergovernmental relationships. And in many ways, those are key to us moving forward, key to our survival, key to our success. So can you just talk a bit about more of that and just expand on that? Because I think that, again, as the mayor has just stated, a very key theme to our success. And some of the successes that you have seen, you've mentioned a few of them, but I'm just curious, especially on the budgetary side, a lot of the work we've been doing with the 2020 budget in just trying to state the case for support. So can you talk about, some specifics of the successes you're seeing in moving forward and trying to figure out how we make all this happen?
Sure. So just a couple of things very quickly. So I know the mayor through the big city mayors as well as through FCM, we were instrumental in helping, others understand the magnitude of the financial impact to not just Toronto, but to likely other cities because we were working with them. So that, that's a very good example of why I think at the end of the day, the recovery monies that are being allocated in 2020 are of the magnitude that they are, because again, we had provided some financial facts early on and helped coordinate some of the financial information that came from the big cities that we were working with. So there's one. The second, I would say, and was a very interesting start of a relationship, but the one that we all know about, the Toronto TTC subway interest that the province had, as we now well know, it started with them wanting to upload, and then council very clearly disagreeing with that strategy. I look at the nature of the table that was set and where we ended up. We ended up thinking in the very beginning we were going to pay for a portion of the growth, only to find out that in fact we're not paying for any of the growth, and we're able to take our money and invest it in the state of good repair, which that was not part of the conversation day one. That was introduced as a result of council's efforts and through administrators like myself at a table to say, you cannot just focus on growth, you have to focus on state of good repair. And so I just find that these tables, when they're interest-based, less about positional bargaining, more about interest-based negotiations, that, it's amazing how quick things can get done. So, we're in a better place now from a transit standpoint than where we started. Same thing you could see happen yesterday with, it's intergovernmental, not necessarily federal, provincial, but, our work with the University Health Network and United Way on a report that's coming to council, and I shouldn't get ahead of myself, but, social housing, so the kind of, medical supports that you need for people who are, who are in, are in need of mental health assistance and any other kind of assistance. I mean, again, that's about relationships. And that's really why we're putting that as kind of our first couple important recommendations is, creating that kind of platform, if you will, for us to work with other levels of government where we have shared interests and see if we can't drive really effective policy program and financial investments.
And I guess my last question, Chris, I appreciate that. And again, as we're looking at the priority setting and recognizing, yeah, we have a lot of recommendations there, and we have to really focus on a few. But can you just comment again on really and this gets back down to more of our fiscal realities and challenges that we're facing. We've seen what's happened in 2020, and we've seen the support that's come out of the governments. 2021, in many respects, is a mirror image of that, but even beyond 2021 and 2022, and sort of, those challenges. I think we always have to be cognizant of them, even when we're looking at a priority setting and what we all want and need, but the challenges that are before us for the next couple of years. If you could just comment again on that.
Yeah, I mean, we're not out of the woods yet on 2020. We still have about a $600 million pressure that we're hoping we'll get confirmation on. I mean, we would like to have early indication from the federal and provincial government of some financial support that we could be counting on in 2020, because that will certainly help with our budget deliberations. But you can just imagine if every year, because the economy, depending on what happens with teleworking and depending on what happens with the retail, entertainment, cultural sectors, as well as travel sector, how fast they come back, to what extent they come back, these are questions we don't know. It goes to Councillor Bailau's question about good information and the importance of it. I worry that our revenues are going to be impacted. And I just can't imagine the City of Toronto year after year going and asking the federal and provincial government for, $1 billion or more of help. I think it's, if ever there was a point in time where we should be at a table discussing sustainable revenues, especially when we see what's happening with the digital economy, what we're losing in the way of businesses on main streets and downtowns, to the e-commerce. And these are, those packages that find their way to our doors are traveling on our streets, which our taxpayers are paying for. We don't get anything from the sale of a good that occurs via Amazon or any of the other platforms that offer services that way or offer goods that way. I mean, it was in the throne speech, which I think is an indication that there is some interest in having this conversation. But it just begs the question, can we survive on the revenue tools that we have? And I think emphatically, you've heard your previous city manager say no. And so it really now is the time for us to have, meaningful conversations with other levels of government about how it is that a great city like Toronto can continue to be the great city that it is.
Councillor Pasternak.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. Through you to the city manager. I'm on page 5 of attachment 4, reference to infrastructure and stimulus spending. And the way it's written here is that we're sort of waiting to hear from the federal and provincial governments they seem to be seeking shovel-ready projects for a future infrastructure plan. Now, did we ever wrap up and complete the iteration that came late last year, the Canada Infrastructure Program Community, Culture and Recreation Infrastructure Stream? Or is what you're referring to on page 5 the same tranche of money? Are these two separate streams that you're waiting for?
I may have to ask Heather if she can respond to that, or Sandra Rodriguez. So Heather, maybe I'll start with you.
If you could hold my time.
Yeah.
I have other questions if you want me to go ahead.
Carry on. Why don't you ask me the question?
Okay. So the way this report is written, it sounds like it's final. And I don't know what motions are coming here at executive, but certainly there'll be motions at council. Do you feel this report is a done deal and it's unamendable, or will motions at council be incorporated into future iterations?
So again, the report is based on based on interviews and engagements with a whole range of stakeholders. So it certainly represents a period of time and the input that we received. So, you know, the report speaks to that period. I think hopefully it's clear in my recommendations that we need to continue with the engagement. So what may have been not as clearly indicated in the report as you prefer, it's not a lost opportunity. We can still continue to engage with, you know, all sectors of our community, all stakeholders. And so, you know, this will be an evolving dialogue, if you will. So I wouldn't worry too much about necessarily amending what's in the TOR report, you know, because, you know, our engagement isn't done. In fact, I think the TOR report represents more of a beginning.
So on that point, on your, I guess on page 4 of, I guess your recommendations, you're thanking Dr. Mowat and Dr. Rafi, and they considered input from thousands of residents, business organizations. There seems to be no record of individual meetings with counselors. Is that correct? We certainly didn't hear from them in my office, and I've spoken to at least one other counselor who didn't hear from them. Was that is that correct? Is that part of the plan, or?
Well, I mean, first off, I know I had heard that there may have been you know, a missed opportunity. There was, in fact, an email that was sent to all members of the council on May 29th, inviting them to engage with our TOR office and staff. So, and I know there's been a number of conversations with a variety of different councillors. Whether or not it happened with everyone, I mean, it sounds like you know, maybe that the email wasn't picked up, and it's no fault of really anyone's. We know how busy everyone is, but I do think that there is, you know, there's ample opportunity now and moving forward to make sure that, you know, the advice and the questions and comments that every member of council has can certainly be obtained and will benefit what we're going to do moving forward.
Now, one of the other things that I was kind of hunting for is the references to the Office of Emergency Management. Now, Chief Pegg has done a remarkable job stepping in at the last minute, but we got to get him back to fire services. Several times in the 10 years I've been here at City Hall, we bring the Office of Emergency Management in, whether it's propane explosions, whether it's extreme weather events, whether it's apartment building fires, and we wonder what went wrong. There seems to be no reference in here to do an overhaul or a major reform of the Office of Emergency Management. Is that on your radar, or is that something we're not really going to put much energy into?
Well, if I can, through the Deputy Mayor, a couple of things. First of all, we appreciate all staff that have stepped up and responded to the evolving crisis that we've dealt in. Chief Pegg, as you know, has done a good job. There certainly was a period of time where we gave him a chance to recoup his energy, and we had Tracy Cook step in and carry the ball for a period of time. I mean, he's certainly back to continue on as we deal with the resurgence. So, and the other, I think, important news here is that there are some tremendous people in the fire department, like Jim Jessup and others, who have stepped up and continue to step up and making sure that your fire service is well looked after, which I know it is. The matter of the EOC and reviewing, you know, from an organizational design perspective, I mean, we have hired an individual to do a review, and that report I know is in draft, and that report will be coming forward to me in some final version, which of course we'll be happy to share with members of council as to what it is that we've done well, what it is that we need improvement on, and what our go-forward situation ought to be.
Okay, last question.
Nope. 6 minutes. This is a long day. Councilor Nunziata? Sorry.
Thank you. So in the report with the 83 recommendations, recommendations 8 and recommendation 9, as far as the lab testing and then advocating for priority testing in high needs area and alternate methods as well, as rapid tests and saliva tests. So the recommendation 8 and 9, do you not feel that this should be a priority and be brought forward, that we should take action on this issue now? Because of the, some of the communities are in the red zones, and I think that we need to focus on these communities as a priority. If you can answer that, then I have another question.
Sure, if I can, through the deputy mayor, I'm probably not the best person to answer that question. So if Dr. Mowat's on the call, great. Otherwise, Eileen or Gail, if they could answer that question.
Dr. Mowat there?
Okay.
I think Dr. Davila might be in with the meeting with the mayor right now.
Okay.
It's Julie, that's correct. She's on the media call right now.
So why don't you go on, and we'll see if we can get your question answered later, Councillor.
I guess what there seems to be an issue with communication. For example, when the mapping came out a couple weeks ago in the paper, my ward in particular was identified as a red zone. So I did send a letter to the medical officer of health, and because I was receiving a lot of calls and emails from constituents, frustrated and angry, and asking me what are the next steps on moving forward, and what are we doing for these communities. And of course, I didn't have an answer for them. So I'm just wondering, like, why aren't the local councillors, where they're in these red zones, a dialogue what we're doing in our particular community, so we can answer the questions from our constituents?
So if I can, through the deputy mayor, I realize that a lot of the people that would be able to answer that question are likely dealing with media right now. I think your point is obviously a valid point, and so we will make a record of talking to Dr. Davila and her staff to answer any questions that you or any other member of council has. I know every week we have a half hour, and it's information out, I realize that, but you know, any questions that you have about anything to do with the response that public health is providing, any resources that you need, any explanation, I know it's in their interest to address it. So, you know, we're going to make a note of exactly what you said and guarantee you that there will be a response.
Yeah, it's not just ask a question that I need questions answered. I think what's appropriate that when the mapping is done and there are red zones, and it's very clear, it's in the northwest corner of the city, which happens, and I have the highest in my ward, that there's dialogue with the local councillor on, you know, how can we work together? This is what we're doing for your community, some sort of plan, you know, because we're caught off guard because when we get these this information, we read it in the paper and we're not notified, the local council. So it's pretty embarrassing when you know, we're told that my particular ward is the red zone, has the highest cases, and until you read it in the paper, you're not aware. But I guess that's really frustrating for me, and I think there has to be better communication with the local councillors that are affected. One other question, my last question, to the city manager. Have you given any thought that maybe at one point we can set up some committee with MPs, MPPs, and councillors to talk and share ideas and information, so we can work, the councillors as well, we can work with all three levels of government, like sort of like a caucus, where we can share concerns with the different levels and bring forward our suggestions?
it's never a bad idea through the deputy mayor to have decision makers, i.e. politicians, discussing actions and way forward. Certainly that's an idea that can quite easily be brought to the mayor, and who I think does, does a good job of working with all of you and with his counterparts provincially and federally. So that kind of caucus approach, the administration would be happy to provide, data and facts and solutions to help with that conversation, and we'd be quite thrilled with those opportunities. So that's something certainly that we'll raise and can raise with the mayor.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I don't have anyone else on my list, so we will move to speakers. And who wants to speak? Any guests of the committee? I see Councillor Cressy. Maybe the clerk's office can help me out here. Do you see anyone else other than Councillor Cressy? All right, and then why don't I ask now, members of the committee, do we have speakers? I have Pasternak and Gary. Did you want to speak? I'm not looking for orders, but.
I'm okay.
Oh, Councillor Carroll wants to speak? Well, she's muted, which.
I had trouble getting my video started up there, so to wave at you in time. I'm very sorry. I would like to speak.
Okay. Councillor Ainsley, you wish to speak as well? Raise you're muted. Yep. I'll take that as a yes. Anyone else? No? Okay, so let's start with Councillor Cressy, and then we'll go to Councillor Carroll. Then we'll go into committee. Start the clock, please.
Well, thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. Let me begin, as we deal with the TOR report, with thanking the city manager and his team. A huge debt of thanks and gratitude to Saad Rafi and Dr. Mowat, not only for their work, but for stopping everything they were doing in the midst of their own lives to join us at the city to help build back better. And thank the broader community, all the stakeholders who've been involved, members of the public who contributed and spoke today, and the many city councillors who chaired various components of this work early on. A great deal of effort and hard work has gone into this, from city staff to city councillors to the public, and I want to thank you all. At a high level, I think this report, well, it truly speaks to and demonstrates the level of profound destabilization that our city and our residents and our businesses are going through and have suffered through. The report speaks quite frankly to the fact that this is, in the words of our city manager, the most significant economic downturn since the Great Depression for our city. It has had terrible economic impacts, and it has also magnified and exacerbated inequities. It has done both, and it has been painful. And so while I will tell you, I am certain and confident that we will beat COVID, that the rush for a vaccine should give us all great hope and optimism that we will beat COVID. I think what's uncertain is what comes after. There really are three options in front of us. Do we build back better, and in doing so, build and pursue a more just, a more equitable, a more sustainable, and a more prosperous city? That's one option. Do we return to the same unacceptable status quo afterwards? That is another option. Or the third option, and the one that we absolutely cannot see, which is the city returning to a state that was worse than before, where women and racialized Torontonians and small businesses bear the brunt of the after effects. And so those are the options in front of us. And I think the TOR report, it paints a really clear picture of the opportunities that exist as part of recovery, opportunities to address the social determinants of health once and for all, to ensure an economic recovery that is not only just, but allows our residents and businesses to thrive, that tackles climate change as part of it. That's the opportunity that TOR paints a picture of. But I think the TOR report also clearly articulates that cities across this country, cities like Toronto, while we may be best prepared to help lead a recovery, based on the 19th century legislative framework we operate under, we're the least able to do it on our own. And so we must, as this TOR report outlines, do both. Build back better, but do this in concert with the other levels of government and ideally under a new deal for cities. So the question for me out of this report, and as we move from executive to council, is what's next? That to me is the big question. If this report provides a vision for recovery, how we turn that vision into reality is the harder part and the less clear part. The recommendations speak to the need for a clear intergovernmental strategy, as well as the 2021 city budget, to ensure we accomplish our objectives. But I would argue that as city council, that our work, our task, is to articulate a more clear and concrete roadmap for how we turn this vision, and I think this accurate vision, into reality. Listen, I think our city staff have done the exceptional work and the hard, heavy lifting to provide the vision for what recovery should look like. And it's in our hands as council to not only prioritize that work, but make sure that we can make it a reality. And I will tell you, for me, the overarching priority and principle that this report has spoken to and that COVID has exposed is that if we don't build a recovery for all, if we don't embed equity in our response, we simply cannot build back better. That if we are truly all in this together, and I believe we are and ought to be, then our recovery must address the inequities that we've allowed to foster for far too long. And with that, Mr. Deputy Mayor, I'll conclude my remarks and once again, thank Saad Rafi and Dr. Mowat and City Manager and their whole team for all the exceptional and hard work done here. Thank you.
Very good. Councillor Carroll is next. I also would remind members if they have motions to move them at the beginning of their speaking. Thank you. Councillor Carroll?
Thanks, Mr. Deputy Mayor. Well, I think I'm the last non-member to speak, so get your motions ready. We can't move motions. I suppose those can come at council. But I just want to say that I asked the questions I asked earlier today of deputants and indeed of the city manager, Mr. Rafi, not wanting to overly criticize intergovernmental strategy thus far, but really it's a wake-up call for we councillors, because we've sort of just relied on the mayor's office, relied on the city manager's office, had the pillar of the more national strategies happen at the FCM level. But we're now at a point where we can't allow our own divisions to undercut that very important strategy. And so, as the mayor mentioned, constantly hurling intergovernmental style motions at the council sessions, which are kind of like throwing noodles at the fridge and see which one will stick. We don't know that has the right impact on intergovernmental conversations, or could subvert it at some point in time. And so I think there has to be a council-wide conversation about what's most important. What do we have to do going forward? And I take very seriously the advice of the TOR office. In so many words, what they're saying to us is, this isn't partisan time. As one of the deputants said, we can't be partisan about this. The gap is so vast and so dire that we really do have to sort of drop our political doctrine. And I know this is easy for me to say as being center left, albeit, but we are all going to have to find a middle ground where we can agree that we have to advocate for out there beyond our own operations, and within our own operations, we have to make sure that what we are leading by example in, what we are demonstrating, is that if we don't build back this economy, making sure that its bottom third are earning living wages, we are dooming generations. The post-COVID generations are literally doomed. If we don't today agree that the largest demographic since the baby boom, millennials, Generation Z, are not going to be allowed to own properties. And so anyone who does own a property is constantly going to put us under pressure not to raise property taxes, because then they'd have to raise rents. That other orders of governments are going to be severely in debt. And there will come a time when they really can't respond to all of our intergovernmental requests. And so the request has to be something that we can use to just make us a resilient and sustainable city. What powers do we need? And we need them right now. And we can't take up our old party banners in our approach to that conversation, because we're facing a problem bigger than we've ever faced before and could last for longer than any crisis. The global financial crisis was but a blip compared to what we're facing now. And so we're actually going to have to drop our party banners and have a conversation about what are we asking for? What makes us sustainable? You've heard me talk about sales tax before, and you're right, we don't have the power for it. But a whole of government approach that contemplates a common table, as TOR has done, at which we freely acknowledge that we've had amazing support from the other orders of government, and they're going into huge deficits to provide it, has to be acknowledged, but that we now have a huge gap and an inability to run a deficit as they have. And so they've either got to give us powers or they've got to open up their checkbook. So let's have that conversation for real. And whatever position the mayor and the city manager find themselves in at that table, we've got to have come together as a council and agree that we back them in their participation at that table. And I think that means we have to have a conversation that we back them as a unit to get what we need to sustain ourselves in the post-pandemic future. And I'm willing to have that conversation with anyone who's ready to have it. I think we should be having it at the moment on a weekly basis because this is so urgent. Those are my comments, Mr. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. We will now take it into committee. I believe Councillor Pasternak, did you want to speak?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. First of all, I'd just like to thank the authors for putting this together, and of course the city manager and other senior staff for coordinating it. It's made for interesting reading. At times, it's going off in too many directions to really focus on the micro needs of Toronto, and that is having businesses survive and getting people back to work. I did ask the question about future infrastructure money. We ran out of time, so I didn't really get the answer, but certainly it's a conversation we should have at council. I'm a little surprised that a number that's being used here, projecting an $18 billion state of good repair backlog, which is 10 years down the road. I mean, we're looking at tomorrow morning. We're looking at the next year on what we can repair and what we can get done. And I'm not saying we don't have to look at the future, but the bottom line is we've really got to look at what's doable in the near term. I would also, I'm surprised there's not more focus. There's a little bit of a section on retail, but one of the big problems in retail was that in the early going in the pandemic, only essential industries were allowed to open. But what many of those stores and retail outlets did was they sold non-essential goods. So they sold shoes and clothes and shirts and those kinds of things. Well, that killed the small corner mom and pop shoe store or the clothing store, the little tailor or whatever, because Costco and Walmart, these foreign-owned multinationals, were selling groceries, which was essential, but they were also selling hundreds of millions of dollars of non-essential goods, and we have to look at a way to solve that in the future. My reference to the Office of Emergency Management is no way taking from the hard work that Deputy Mayor Cook, Deputy City Manager Tracy Cook did, or Chief Pegg. Have enormous high regard for them, but that's an office that we really have to look at for the future, that can really guide us through these either it's a health crisis or some kind of industrial crisis. We really have to reinvent that office I'm worried that the way this is presented is a sort of a final product, and I can tell you that I don't move I rarely move motions in committee. I like to move them at council, and that we will be looking for future iterations of this. A little disappointed that our for individual councillors who weren't chairing one of these roundtables were sent an email at the end of May asking us whether we want to participate. I think it had to be a little more robust than that. But I think we have to look at some creativity and really throw around some ideas of city building. We have to look at what role microloans can play in helping small businesses get back on their feet. We have to put new energy into local buying strategies and making sure that even if City of Toronto employees don't live in the city, they should, while here, or make the trip in to buy from Toronto-based businesses. We've got to look at the city's debt ceiling, which is really not really addressed in this report. We've also got to look at the future role of Toronto Hydro, which was one of the deputants made some interesting references there. And of course, road tolls is back in this document and the conversation going forward. Councillor Carroll mentioned a sales tax. It has to be regional. You cannot have a higher sales tax in the city of Toronto proper and then a lower sales tax in our neighboring municipalities. The late Jim Flaherty said it wouldn't work. I think it's time for a revisit. So with that, I'll just wrap up my comments. I know we're going to debate this again at council. I wanted to thank the authors for this conversation, but I see the document as fluid. We're still in the pandemic. We're still in a economic downturn, and I think it's important that our actions and responses continue to evolve and continue to be robust. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Ainsley, did you wish to speak?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong. I want to first off thank all of the staff and senior staff who wrote this report. I think it's a very valuable document that's going to help us on the path forward. 83 very viable recommendations that need to be put in place. As we're moving forward through the pandemic, I often recall one of my town halls that I had in early September. And one of my residents summed it up very succinctly when he said what the pandemic meant to himself and his family, and one word was draining. COVID is draining him and his family and his friends, mentally, physically, financially. And I think that's what we need to deal with for all of our residents. And I think we heard that loud and clear as well from the deputants that came in today. I want to thank them. What this report does for me, as I said, it leads a path forward, and it's got 3 pillars of equity, resiliency, and fairness that that's the foundation of this report. As I read through it, by the time I was done and completed reading it, it really stood out to me that we don't really have a middle ground with the other 2 levels of government. We need them to come to the table. This has been going on for far too long. The amalgamated city's been in existence since 1997. We still do not have the financial footing or resources that we need to succeed as a city. We certainly can't do this on property taxes alone. That's quite evident for all to see. One of the figures that stuck out for me in the report was around housing. That we put in 2018, we put in $933 million in one form or another in our housing portfolio. It worked out to about $315 for each and every resident in the city of Toronto. When you look at the money that the province put in for the same housing portfolio or area of housing, 11 cents. So we put in $315. The province put in the equivalent of 11 cents. So, and that's only one area that's been downloaded on us where we're supposed to cost share with the province. So we really need to change. And I think what COVID has done has really exasperated and illustrated to everybody the financial inequity or inequality that we have in the city as a municipal government that needs to be dealt with. So I want to thank staff for putting this forward. I think it's really helps illustrate our path forward. And I'm going to be working very hard to make sure these 83 recommendations can be put in place. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So, Councillor Bilo, I had your name on a list the mayor was writing. Do you still wish to speak?
Sure.
You don't have to. No, I'm not looking forward.
No. I do want to speak. I do want to speak. Thank you. Thanks, Deputy Mayor. Through you, I'm having a series of town halls with my community, and the upcoming town hall is on the recovery. And soon after we started promoting the town hall, I had an email and then a phone conversation with one of my constituents that was very concerned that we were talking about recovery when we are still in the middle of a pandemic. Right in the middle of a pandemic, why are you guys talking about recovery? There's so much that we have to be doing right now just to respond to the right now. And I said, absolutely. And so to that, I have two things to say. One, I gave him actually the example of how we're responding and moving from the shelter response to the supportive housing and a rapid rehousing response, where sometimes responding to the now can mean long-lasting responses to issues that were pre-COVID and just COVID just accentuated even more. And so I think that doing this work in a really smart way can bring a lot of these solutions to the table on all kinds of different issues and areas that we're dealing with at the city. The second thing is that the incredible staff at City Hall are really working on two tracks. And for that, I want to thank everybody that worked on this report, but are working on all our departments. We are working on responding to the now and responding and preparing for how we recover for this pandemic. We're working on two tracks, an incredible amount of work that needs to be done, but I know that, and I think sometimes we don't say it enough, I think we need to thank everybody, all our staff, because this is not easy work. It has a lot of uncertainty. We don't know what we're going to be looking at post-COVID, and we need to prepare for this recovery. And I think that, and the mayor mentioned this, and I also recognize this, I think the city manager in picking up these recommendations, 83, lots of recommendations, lots of work to do in all different areas, but there's clearly one thing that is that came out of this, and it's this need to work with the three orders of government. Let's be honest. I mean, I don't think anybody in their lifetime has faced this challenge. I mean, I think the country, the city, the province has probably has not faced the challenge like we're facing with COVID since the Great Depression. So I think it is imperative that we come together and adapt to what's going to be the new reality, finally tackle some structural issues that we have between our governments, between the way that we fund each other. And I think that's the base from where we have to start. I think working in a smart way, being agile, I think that we need to be agile because, again, I keep emphasizing that there's a lot of unknowns. And so following those trends, being agile to respond to the new trends, the new changes, the new shifts that are going to happen in society, I think it's really important because I think that will mean that the cities that will do that work really well will be the ones that will succeed. And I think that having really, really strong principles, and I think a lot of the speakers today talked about that, and I think for me, the principle of having a green recovery, an equitable recovery, a resilient recovery needs to be on the forefront of everything we do. As we adapt and as things change, these principles need to be maintained. And I think if we maintain that and we work in an agile way, we will succeed, but we will need the three orders of government to work together. And I do hope that people realize that cities are the economic engine of this country, and for the country to succeed, we need our cities to succeed.
Thank you. Councillor Crawford, did you want to speak? I have you down here. The mayor put you down here. But you, if you still want to speak,
No, I'm fine.
You're fine. Anybody else? Councillor Thompson?
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. I was cut out of the meeting for the last 15, 20 minutes. I'm not sure what happened, what's been said. Staff have just come in and was able to connect me. So I just wanted to add my voice to that of those who've spoken already, in as much as I don't know what everybody has stated already. I want to also, though, in what I've heard, offer my thanks to all those who have worked hard to bring forward the report in front of us. The city manager, of course, and his leadership, Saad Rafi and Dr. Moet, and all of the other senior levels of the senior management team and everyone who's been involved. This is a mammoth amount of work that's in front of us. And I think that all colleagues and everyone in this city is ready to take on this challenge. None of us have had this experience before. There is a necessity to look at this from a number of different perspectives in terms of the lenses that I described earlier through my questioning with the city manager. I too want to thank all of the deputants that actually came to speak to us today. They were very clear. They don't simply want more talk or reports, they want action. And so in my conversation with the city manager, we talked about how we look at this from a budget perspective in terms of the lenses that we're looking at it. There's definitely an equity lens, a resiliency lens, and of course a wellness lens in terms of overall, in terms of how we address these fundamental issues. To the question that was asked by Councillor Cressy around, which one of the 83 of the recommendations do we put certain aspects in terms of looking at it from an equity position, and what have the city's manager's response was, we're going to have to look at all of these recommendations in a way that helps us to address the fundamental challenges. There's a lot of work that's actually being done. There's a body of work that's being done by the Toronto Regional Board of Trade under the great leadership of Jan De Silva. There's a body of work that's actually being done by the Economic and Cultural Recovery Advisory Group, which I co-chair with a businessman, Blake Goldring, who's the executive chairman for AGF Financial Management Limited. And so we've got about 20 leading thinkers working in this area. We will be bringing forward a report next month, and the report has some of the same sort of focus that the TOR report has in, but it's really important, though, that as we bring all of this information forward, that we look to build the new Toronto, because we've been forced to do that as a result of the pandemic. It's something that we should have been doing a long time ago, that addresses the need and ensure that everyone its interest is taken into consideration, and that there's a game plan to addressing that. Let me just spend the last few minutes that I have to speak on the economic impact of businesses in this city. There's no doubt there's a tremendous wave of challenges that has come over the business community in this city. Not everyone, and many are actually succeeding quite well. But there are those, particularly in the hospitality and the restaurant industry, who've been impacted greatly. And in as much as we brought forward plans, Cafe Tio and other plans, and Digital Main Street in terms of expanding those opportunities, they're still impacted and so on. Many people have lost their life savings or are about to lose their life savings. And the question is, what are we going to do to help them in terms of government and so on? Deputy Mayor Baila is right. I mean, we all have to work together. All levels of government have got to roll up our sleeves and not just simply talk, but we actually have to put resources in place, and we have to identify and prioritize, as the city manager spoke to and alluded to earlier on, how we're going to address the challenges that we're facing. I do believe that we will be successful, but it will take us time. There's no doubt about that. And there will be pain in terms of as we go forward and wanting to address many of the challenges. The mayor has articulated the process that is ongoing where he meets with the regional mayors and others in the GTA and talking about what we need to do, the conversation he has with the federal government and his counterpart across the country. Collectively, we as Canadians have got to work together in order to address this fundamental challenges. We see other places around the world where there isn't political leadership in order to address the challenges. We have it here, and I think that we will succeed. It's only a matter of time. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Just briefly, I'll only speak for a minute. I as well want to thank staff for the report. But as I mentioned when I asked the questions, then I guess we didn't have staff to answer my questions. But recommendation 8, 9, and 10, I would like to see that brought forward as a priority. We should address that immediately, especially in areas where there's red zones and we have the highest number of cases in the community, and working with the local councillor in the community. And as well as I did mention to city manager, and I hope to city manager you bring forward maybe that recommendation as far as the MPs, MPPs, and councillors working together, and maybe so we can share recommendations and bring forward a plan as well. So thank you to staff, and I will speak at council on it, and I won't keep the members here longer than they have to be. Thank you.
Thank you. Don't seeing any other speakers, and we have no motions. I'm just going to speak briefly. I've got 3 things to say. The first thing is that I'd like to say is we're going to need a plan B if the federal government doesn't come through with additional funding. So we have all these recommendations. We don't have a funding source. Thus far, the federal government has come through with a lot of has kind of come in to our rescue, and that we're relying on them, or we're saying that they're going to come in again if we, especially if the spending and our bills go up, especially with things like the TTC. We've got no place. The money's coming from we don't know where, and we don't have a plan B if those other levels of government don't come to our rescue. And many of these recommendations, there is no funding source. And we're spending money right now on some sort of illusory guarantee that that money is going to be there. So I think we can't fool ourselves that that's an issue lurking out there. The second thing I'd like to say about this report is, and I think maybe some councillors have alluded to this, there are many, many recommendations, but there's no priority in terms of we haven't ranked them, right? And that is a terribly difficult discussion. But in the absence of that, you have 82 priorities. And what we all know is when you have 82 priorities, you don't have any priorities. The 80, is that how many 80-something recommendations? 83 recommendations. We have 83 priorities. And when you have 83 priorities, you don't have any priorities. So I think that's important. There was no prioritization. And the third thing I would say is, and this comes from many, many experts, what I've read and heard and talked about, is the only way we're going to get out of this problem, the COVID problem, when we get past it, is to grow the economy, right? That is the only, economically, how are we going to get the jobs back? How are we going to get out of this financial problem? Is we are going to have to grow the economy. And you do not grow the economy by increasing taxes. You don't spur new businesses on, which we're going to have to do, by increasing taxes. You don't attract new companies to set up shop by increasing taxes. And so when I hear, the fancy, people talk about revenue tools, that's new taxes. When people talk about toll roads, that's new taxes. And I will tell you fundamentally, the way out of this to make greater prosperity and more jobs is to grow the economy, and you do not do that by raising taxes. And so I'm very, very concerned that we're going to use taxes to get our way out of this, and it will be counterproductive because it won't grow the economy. It will continue to hurt the economy. So I say this within the context of, I know staff are listening, but we have to be sensitive to those realities. With that, I will end my remarks. We have the report in front of us, which with no amendments. So I will look for a motion to approve the recommendations. Councillor Pasternak, all those in favor? Opposed? That carries. Now, we are going to go back to, what's next? Okay. That's okay. So actually on item, thank you very much. I'm going to actually, I can dispose of 17.3, which I held update on Nathan Phillips Square Bike Station. I would just like to refer that on to the next meeting of the Executive Committee as this meeting is going on. And there's no urgency toward that. And I have questions, further questions I have. So if everyone's okay with that, refer a motion to the next meeting? Or is it deferral? Defer to the next meeting? All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. EX 17.2, implementing, well, hold on a second. I just want to go back over here for a second. You all, James, did you hold the poverty item?
I can defer to the next meeting.
You want to defer to the next meeting?
I could.
Do we have any deputants on that?
No, not on that one. Item 2.
I'll move defer.
Okay, defer.
I move defer.
This is item 4? Item 5? Item 5 on the poverty reduction strategy. Oh, pardon me, the administrative inquiry. Let's move that over. If everyone's okay with that, we'll defer that over the next meeting of the Executive Committee. All those in favor of that motion? Opposed? That's carried. So we have the final item, 17.2, implementing tenants first 2020 action update. We have 3 speakers registered on this item. So, and I don't have the DEP list. Oh, thank you very much. Okay, thank you. The clerk has told me Alan Duden, apologize for the pronunciation. Alan Duden is not present, so we have 2 more deputants who I'm told that are here, Catherine Wilkinson and Susan Gapka. So Catherine, are you there?
I am.
Great. Catherine, welcome. I don't know if you've been here before, but you've got 5 minutes for a deputation.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. Items outlined in the mandate document that have a direct impact on our tenants should include tenant consultation as part of the process. I do support the tenant directors being selected through the same city process as all other members on a permanent basis. This allows for timely placement and membership renewals. The TCH process, which I have been through for many years, was not well managed. The existing shareholders agreement requires Toronto Community Housing to consult with tenants on issues and policies that will have an impact on service standards or levels of service. It is important that tenants do not lose this language in a new agreement. So please ensure there's an opportunity for tenants to weigh in on sections of the shareholders agreement that impact them before the ink dries. I do support and understand the reason to delay the Seniors Housing Corporation until next spring. COVID has certainly been one of the greatest challenges of our times. And I also believe that from this hardship, that many lessons have been learned and will be learned, and we'll all be in a better place to serve Torontonians in the future or in future emergencies. OACH services do align with the city's commitment to improve senior services. And it is important that the seniors in those designated seniors buildings in the Seniors Housing Corporation continue to have access to those resources should they need assistance as they age in place. I have confidence the city and Toronto Community Housing have done their due diligence to ensure a timely transfer of the Scouter portfolio and will ensure their future well-being and compliance with appropriate legislation. There were 623 properties with 729 units. It would be interesting to know the human impact, i.e., how many tenants' lives have been stabilized as a direct result of this important historical decision we've made. We did a great disservice to tenants in scattered units the first time Toronto Community Housing tried to sell off these houses, and some of you there may remember. I am proud of the city's commitment to ensure these properties will be available in perpetuity for those who need them most. An independent review of the safety unit is certainly long overdue, much like community policing, community security, of course, works best. We have hired hundreds of new safety officers. They should be allocated to specific communities to help build relationships and remove the sense of lawlessness that our tenants are currently living. The CSU structure has been built to mirror that of the Toronto Police Services. And I think this serves staff well, they love it. Tenants, not so much. Tenant engagement used to be a $1 million line item, if you can imagine. Over the years, this budget has been clawed back continually, year after year, negatively affecting available funds for our communities. Many communities have chosen not to engage in the new engagement model, mine included. With respect to building a process or procedure on anti-Black racism, there has never been a plan, and it's important that Toronto Community Housing consult with the diverse tenant population and staff so that they can better understand their personal lived experiences in service delivery. I want to thank the city staff and Toronto Community Housing teams who continue to work on this important initiative. Our tenants look forward to improved service delivery and to a better tomorrow for all. Thank you for this time.
Thank you.
I'm
Any
done.
questions of the deputant? Seeing none. Thank you, Ms. Wilkinson.
Thank you.
Our final speaker is Susan Gapka.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, welcome.
Great. Good afternoon. Let me start my timer. Good afternoon. I remain a tenant representative and still work in a number of roles. I first came in at market rent in 2006 and have served on several citywide tenant engagement committees. My first deputations to the board, which I felt were not heard and swept aside at that time, are finally addressed in this report today. Diseconomies of scale, number one, provincial amalgamation in 2002, downloading without funding, and the cancellation of the National Housing Program federally in the mid-90s have left us here. Decentralization and struggle, and governance is as important now as ever. The implementation gap. Policies are regularly well written, thought out, and planned, yet not evenly and seamlessly implemented across the portfolio. And number three, as a previous speaker talked about, tenant engagement is critical and my focus. Rigorous, continuous, ongoing tenant engagement will help address that implementation gap. I'm going to now report on some highs and lows in the report. And in number 18, to ensure that housing assets are operated as affordable housing in perpetuity. I attended the 2 town hall meetings that staff hosted on WebEx. It's a challenge, but well done, staff. I asked a question about perpetuity. And it was, well, the city needs to approve changes to the contracts that go out to nonprofits, and that the other project lead said for decades and decades. I do question what you mean by affordable housing, though. The second piece that I wanted to talk about was the summary. In the summary, the Office of the Commissioner of Housing Equity. So critically important when so many tenants in Toronto community housing are vulnerable or have had many negative experiences. So I just want to say that's a real highlight, and thank you to Cynthia Summers for all your work in this department. It needs to be expanded across the city and social determinants of health as well. My concern, and I differ with the previous deputant, around the tenant board members being selected without an election process. And part of the reason for that is I don't have a real position, but what if there's a process removing an election of voting rights from tenants? So that needs to be compensated and will directly affect legitimacy at the city and at Toronto Community Housing by tenants. I'm giving you a warning sign here. In the tenant charter, it says all tenants will have the opportunity to vote for positions in TCHC's tenant engagement system. And I'm going to add that in transformative change for TCHC by the Honorable Senator Eggleton, that tenant engage, where's my, I don't have a highlight on that, but tenants have asked repeatedly for active engagement with the board and have a say in selecting tenant board members. And when reviewing the shareholders' direction, if you're going to push forward with appointments, I'd say, as a previous speaker said, not before the ink lands on the paper, not after the ink is drying. And I just want to remind us that when the single family homes went up for sale, which we're now protecting under a previous administration, the only 2 no votes were from our tenant board members. And one of them just spoke previously. So thank you for that. I've got 45 seconds left. And so I'm going to highlight on what I think is missing from this report. Is an equity lens, where there is the Commissioner of Housing Equity, an anti-racism and anti-oppression framework for the new structure, both in TCHC and with the city tenants in the seniors portfolio, is critical for managers, employees, and tenant engagement. I would appreciate if the city pushed just a little bit, well, maybe a lot, on ensuring that this is part of the new restructured TCHC. Thank you, and I'm 5 seconds from end of time. Thank you for listening today, and thank you for all your work.
Thank you very much. Any questions of the deputant? Seeing none. Questions, we'll move to questions of staff. No question. Councillor Bilo.
Thank you. Through you, Deputy Mayor, can staff let me know the involvement of the LHINs in this in the seniors unit?
It's Julie. Can you hear me?
Yep.
So we have senior services and long-term care work very closely with the LHINs to design the integrated service model for seniors to make sure we're bringing in the appropriate services. And the LHINs will be assigning, as part of that model, a care coordinator across all 83 seniors buildings. Now, the integrated service model is being phased in over 3 years, starting later this year. So by the end of 2022, the model will be fully rolled out and there'll be a coordinator assigned to each building. And we also have health and wellness hubs in each of the regions that is not only accessible to the seniors in the designated seniors buildings, but to all of TCHC seniors. And the LHINs worked with us on all of that.
Great. And to you, Deputy Mayor, are we going to be measuring, because obviously we're in constant advocacy mode to our other orders of government. And I think that as we start rolling this out, they're interested in doing this is because they know this is much more cost effective for them as well. Are we going to be measuring on the health outcomes, the economic outcomes for them? On all these, do we have a list of key performance measurements that we're going to be measuring on this pilot so that we can continue to pressure our partners to engage with us and support us in these models?
Deputy Mayor, I think you'll recall that Council did ask us when they approved the integrated service model to develop a very robust accountability framework that we could use to oversee and evaluate the integrated service model. Senior Services and Long-Term Care worked very closely with experts at the Sunnybrook Research Institute, with TCHC and the LINs on developing that model. There's over 25 indicators so that we can make sure that the model is driving to the outcomes, the intended outcomes, and also, more importantly, that it's making a meaningfully positive difference in the lives of seniors that call TCHC home.
Good. Will that be shared with council as well at some point in time?
There is a whole appendix, I can't remember which one, that describes the accountability.
No. Once we start having some numbers, because
there's regular reporting on that.
Great. On the scattered homes, have tenants been engaged in this process?
Tenants were engaged right from the start in 2018. In fact, in 2018, we actually established a network for tenants in the scattered portfolio. So there's over 600 standalone homes, 729 units. We leveraged that network then to reach out to other tenants. So there's been many meetings and information sessions, emails, texts, etc. So there was quite a robust process. This year, more recently, the meetings have been virtual, but they still been well attended.
And through the transition process, will there be an engagement process in place with the proponent that has won the RFP?
Yes, part of the RFP, the proponent had to develop a plan on how they were going to engage. We also embedded in the RFP input feedback we received from the tenants with regard to their priorities and expectations. So all of that was worked in.
And these units, I mean, the majority of them are rent geared to income units. They will still count towards the total that the city is obliged to have as per provincial legislation, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, great. Those are my questions, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any further questions? Seeing none, we will go to, are there any speakers on this item? If not, we will move the report.
Yep.
Sorry,
I would like to speak.
I didn't see you there.
I would like to speak. Through you, Deputy Mayor, I want to thank the staff and the residents that have been with the team here at City Hall and with TCHC on this journey of transforming TCHC. I think that everybody was really looking forward to have this seniors unit moving forward. We know that it will have a great impact on the lives of the seniors at TCHC, not only in health reasons, but living conditions as well, and the supports that they get. And as well with our scattered houses, we know that TCHC for many, many years, this was a part of their portfolio where they struggled to provide good support for the tenants. And I think that this partnership with the nonprofits would see a different approach. As some people talked about, there has been great work done at TCHC to have the decentralization of services, to have services closer to the tenants, to have a much closer relationship with the tenants and the buildings where they live, so that services can be provided in a more expedited way, quicker way. And obviously the capital repair, 10-year capital repair plan continues to be deployed at its maximum capacity. So I think that this is a good report, even though that the seniors corporation is a little bit delayed because of COVID, but I think that everybody can understand that these are buildings with a lot of vulnerable seniors to COVID, and so we just want to make sure that the transition is done properly and timely, and that we focus on the real health needs of the residents right now. So I just wanted to thank everybody and the many, many, many residents that have been involved through this process, through the Mayor's Task Force with Senator Eglinton back a few years ago, through the many consultations that continue to happen on all these different areas, through the ones that participate regularly at TCHC board members, to all of them, thank you, and thanks for staff and TCHC staff.
Okay. Any further? Mr. Mayor, thank you very much.
Just very briefly, Deputy Mayor, through you, I just want to thank everybody as well for all the work done on this, but, and it's not meant to take away from the sincerity of my thanks, but I have indicated to the staff that with respect to the seniors corporation, that when they're going to report back in the spring, certainly I, as the mayor and as one member of council, and I'm sure these views are shared by my colleagues, will expect this to be a plan that we can push a button and it's ready to go, because I understand the delays caused by COVID. I understand the concerns just mentioned by Deputy Mayor Bylaw about making sure the transition can take place at a time when it is safe from the health standpoint, but we've got to get on with this. There are many benefits to be derived, including some of the health cooperation that we've talked about and other things, by having a seniors corporation once again and having it administered as such. And I just think we have to say spring means spring, and spring means a time when this plan can actually be implemented. There were legal and financial and other complexities. I was sort of exasperated to hear about them when the reports were given to me in my office, but it's time. And so I just want to register exactly the same message that I registered with the staff, who are doing a great job on this, and to say with respect to the scattered units, I think this is a very sensible, business-like arrangement that puts these into the management of some very capable people, a consortium of very capable people, to manage them in the best interests of the tenants, who will remain there in many cases, but also as they free themselves up for use in, for example, supportive housing. So I think it's going to be a very big improvement. But my main message was on the seniors thing. Spring to me means spring, and it's spring 2021, and I really want to see us get on with it, because I think it's going to be a huge step forward for the health and well-being of our seniors. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Speak up if you want to speak. Anyone else wants to speak? No? All right. No amendments, no motions. We'll vote on the report. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. And that's it, right? Correct? We're adjourned.
With compliments to the Deputy Mayor on his excellent chairing of the meeting. Would be going at least another half hour if I'd been here.